Welcome back to Pax Mithdosica. Last time we left off on a bit of a cliffhanger. We are currently right outside of the Wizard Tower of Archlycus, and we've just sent a sending spell to the Kovash, the bronze dragon, or at least that's what we assume it is. We've gotten a reply, and that is exactly where we ended. So the five of us, Maximus included, are currently standing basically on the street of Beltza. And what are we doing now?
Oh yeah, also an important thing that Maximus might have missed. While we were there, the wizard only helped us a little bit by at the price of us telling him, of us giving him the glyph ward so he can copy it, the one I had, and also he demanded to know why Grania can cast spells even though she's immune.
And there was nothing we could do because we walked into his pocket dimension where he was like God, essentially.
He like pocket dimension raped us.
Whoops. Whoopsies.
I don't think we should be saying
I probably should have phrased that differently. I don't think I should use that word on Twitch.
He took advantage of his position as a living god, okay?
And not to be cold or anything, but that's important for me. Why?
As Grania Lord dropped.
Because now Maximus knows that she uses she casts her spells through somebody else, with the help of somebody else.
I mean, that's basically what Maximus thinks warlocks, clerics, and paladins do, so...
Based. Lack of magical knowledge aiding him once
now,
again.
We didn't really properly know that she was a warlock.
True. Corvus, you've just gotten the reply. Your mind is racing. The other four are looking at you because you said you were going to do this ascending spell, and now it seems to have worked.
Yeah.
How fucked up. Just sitting there being like, this probably won't work. And then you look up and you're like, oh, guys, everything...
Yeah, Corvus's eyes are just wide.
I'll just go.
Well.
So... The sending spell, I got a reply.
Oh.
What?
Kovash the Bronze Dragon responded to my sending spell.
Wasn't that the point?
Yeah, it's just that I didn't expect. Well, first we didn't even know whether that was real or some crazy dude made up the name Kovash the Bronze Dragon, and secondly, we didn't know if he was alive, related, or blocking my sending spell. Now we know that none of these things were the case. Well, he is alive currently, or maybe he isn't. So his message is that he's dying. And Lemodon, which according to the Draconomicon is the copper dragon, killed him. And he also said that if men still live, he warns us that we should reignite the glyphs, otherwise doom. He didn't specify anything else about what type of doom or doom means. Or what exactly the glyph means and how he would reignite them.
Does that mean there's also a copper dragon somewhere?
It seems like there isn't a bronze dragon anymore.
Yeah.
There is a copper one.
Wait,
what about the rest of the list?
Could I tell that my spell was going to a different plane of existence? Was that something I'm aware of?
Yeah, it felt like it frayed and like it was being drawn to the point of like snapping the connection, but it managed to stay strong.
I'll say I don't think he's on this plane of existence right now. He's in some other plane. So maybe Lemodon is the one that we think is the Beast of Atlia. Copper and bronze, we know so little about dragons that maybe they were just confused. Or maybe we saw one initially and now the other one is taken over, which explains the why the footsteps that we saw were so inconsistent.
That doesn't make any sense, because the bronze one is the one we know about the most, and most likely the one we have the piece of. Also, why would the copper dragon disguise himself as a bronze dragon.
No, I'm not saying he disguised himself. I'm saying that our scholars simply don't know enough about dragons, so maybe they thought he was bronze and it was just like a lighting thing, and he looked bronze but he was copper. They have a vaguely similar, like look. You could confuse one for the other, if you know.
Hey, Alex, I saw the instant replay. Was it copper or bronze?
Maybe.
Well, it's both. Like he says, they vary very, very similar color. Copper is actually a constituent piece of bronze.
Exactly.
Bronze is an alloy made primarily of copper. However, one thing that, I mean, it's one of those things where these distinctions of different colors and stuff are kind of like cultural memories, but like what the underlying creature actually look like, you're not super sure. So copper, bronze, I don't know, seems pretty similar. But what you saw, I'll just describe what you saw and I'll let you go from there. What you saw was a creature that had a vaguely orangish hue. It was very bright, almost gold, but a little bit softer. It had a constant sheen over its body. There was no signs of corrosion or anything like that. Its scales and flesh both seemed the same color, and its eyes were a deep, deep gold. That's what you saw.
Okay, copper corrodes. I don't think bronze does. It might.
I'm not sure that applies to bronze, to scales or something like that, right?
I mean, maybe not. But the other thing is, bronze is closer to gold than copper is.
I think our next step is casting Legends lore.
I think that's a good step.
Should we do it on the other dragon, the one that's dying, or the one that killed him?
Lemedor?
I think
Can we
stick
afford
to
to do both? But I think Kovash is
the only limiting factor is money.
Yes, that's what I'm asking.
How much per?
I gotta open it up. One sec. It's like up there.
It's up there, huh? Alright.
I think I've only cast it once
Legend
in
lore
this
costs
campaign.
250. Sorry, wait, no, it needs.
I have the reusable components. I have those already.
Okay, you have the reusable. Then, if you have the reusable, you need 250 gold. Yeah, of incense.
Oh. We can. I mean, do you have one of the? Do you have one set of incense already?
No.
How much money do all the rest of you have?
A few hundred gold.
I have
less than
around
100
as well. I'm just pulling it up on my sheet. 220.
We also mentioned wanting to go to the mountains, I think. There were magic items there.
I don't know if you made any full plan, though.
Yeah, I think
me and Corvus are totally down to do this.
Yeah, it's risky, but we're kind of down.
What? Go to the desert?
No, the mountains.
I think that's I think that's a little bit too much of a risk. I don't think we know the full picture yet. We're still missing something.
So much gold. I used to have so much money, and now I have less.
Crazy how it goes when you spend money.
Yeah, this is why football players go broke within like a year of leaving the
Unironically the case.
Yeah.
Can you all combined cover half of it?
Yeah.
How much was the one costing again?
250.
Yeah, we can cover half.
I'll cover a full 250, and you all combined.
Oh, so we want to cast it twice? Okay.
Why not?
Well, let's
do I need to give you a
first and see what we find out, and then decide whether we feel like we need to do
the spell again. I'll post it in chat so everybody can see.
Won't that spell tell us things that would normally be very hard to find out?
I believe so. But the more we know before we cast it, the more we get back.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's why we didn't just start off with this. We wanted to get a lot of info first.
I also think it's worth mentioning from like a DM perspective, if you guys, rules is written, this is kind of ambiguous, but if you guys feed it wrong information, I'm going to have that detract from the quality. So for the statements you make, like when you cast Legend Lore, you can say the creature's name, you can say facts you know about it. If any of those facts are objectively wrong, I'll have that detract from the quality of information you gain. So you can't just scattershot it, or you're going to nuke your chances of getting anything useful.
Oh.
Okay, but I was thinking, I don't know if the item helps us because we don't know which dragon it belonged to. But we know. Yeah.
Go on. Sorry.
But we don't know what the what if the book is correct on what color each dragon is, because that's just like our belief as humans. So that might detract if the scholars back then were wrong. But if we say something like,
I mean, if we think the book is
Kovash
wrong,
that's been killed by Legon, or I don't, Lemedon, that's probably accurate.
if we're thinking the book is wrong, then like there's no point in like saying anything, because that immediately just nukes any sort of.
Well, we know the names are probably right, but we don't. If I say like
Well,
the
we definitely know
bronze
that
dragon,
Kovash is right, because that's how I reached him with sending.
Oh, you said the bronze dragon. I forgot you did that. I forgot that.
How many times can you cast sending?
Oh, like a lot.
Why don't you?
I need a week's rest to replenish my energy, but I still could cast it quite a few times.
Oh, you can't cast it right now again?
Oh no, I can. I have. If I really needed to exhaust every bit of energy I have, I could cast it 7 more times.
Why don't you cast? Why don't you send in this new dragon?
Lemedon?
Yeah, sure.
Oh,
why not?
because he's presumably extremely powerful, and if I just sending to him, he could be real mad.
We just did the same thing with Kovash, and it worked out, luckily.
Yes.
But we thought he was also evil. I mean, we took that risk sending Kovash.
Okay,
Guys, I think the reason why we were able to contact this bronze dragon is because we have a piece of him. Because if not, that would mean that anyone could just say like, "Oh, I'm gonna send in Lemedon," and it would just work.
I mean, that is how that works. I'll need a piece of you to send to you. In fact, it doesn't even make it easier. This is not scrying.
Okay,
scrying is where you need a piece of somebody.
Why has everyone believed that these dragons aren't real until now? If
that's what I'm saying. Okay, imagine you are an extremely powerful being, right? Like near godlike powers, and some minuscule insect-like creature just fucking annoys you and like pops into your head and asks you, could you help me tie my shoes? Wouldn't you just go, if you feel like that thing is beneath you, wouldn't you just squash the insect so it doesn't annoy you anymore?
Blake is right, though. Any random mage with third-level spells could have... If theoretically, any third-level mage or fifth-level mage can send sending, so you wouldn't imagine that these would be mythical if they could have been so easily contacted in the past.
I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying that it's there's potentially some risk with it, and also considering that this Draconomicon is something we hadn't even heard of before in the Mithdosian Empire, it's presumably not that well known.
He's not wrong.
Spread.
Those are just shit on us for not knowing what it was.
Yeah, but he's a natural.
Yeah, true. He's like, let's be real, he wasn't.
Isn't he like 1,000+ years old?
He implied it to be the case, yeah.
Yes, so he's gonna think all people without like a life of 500+ years are really stupid.
Yeah,
to be fair, Corvus is like a 13th level mage without comprehend language, which is pretty funny.
I'm a war mage and I get access to those types of spells. If you want to pay for get scrolls for that, so I can copy them into my spell book, you're more than welcome to.
No,
but so
I have
far,
comprehend languages. When has that stopped us?
To translate the Draconomicon, Corvus couldn't do it. He needed help.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't speak Draconic.
Okay, but the point most
of my assignment as mage so far has been point there, kill that dude, nuke that village,
Okay. The point of my previous statement was this line of thinking leads me to believe that this piece we have is part of the bronze dragon and allowed us to communicate with him.
I don't think there's any correlation here. I see no reason why these things would be correlated.
Okay.
Well,
so
what's a
you're
test you
telling
could
me-
do?
We could send a COVID or Limodon or another dragon on the any dragon on the list, really.
True. That is a good. Yeah, that is a test you could do. There's a whole list.
What is this piece we have?
It's the shard that Blake collected Previous collected from the battlefield where all the judges died. It's like a shard of the dragon bone. It's the one that they got the alchemist to look at, etc., etc., etc.
Also,
Okay.
when I asked when the Archmage saw it, he asked to buy it from us, and I asked him for 1 million gold, and he actually considered it for like a moment.
Piece of a big dragon. That's fair.
Yeah, this is the Draconomicon list. So, like Yogi said, you could just test any of them and see if we're trying to do experiments.
Shout
I
out
don't know
to
what your
the
plan
silver
is.
one.
Guys, maybe we shouldn't test them on dragons. Maybe we should just test them on like someone only one of us knows.
No, Alex, no red one?
It's at the very top.
Baradad, the
Oh,
red.
I see. It got bumped by
Yeah, in fact, you should
by
recognize
name
two of
and
those
by
names.
Barad. Yeah, I recognize Baradad and Alakaz.
Yeah, there you go. This guy's a Western Valoros head.
Huge.
I don't think we should be testing them on dragons. Maybe we should just test them on people that only one of us knows.
What?
That seems. Shouldn't we do it on someone? Oh, I suppose that wouldn't work.
Well, just to
Seems like it.
clarify, wasn't the hypothesis that having the shard is what made the sending possible? So you could try to, if you did sending to a random person that Corvus knows, then it would just work, right? How does that test the hypothesis?
No, if
He wants him to sending someone Corvus doesn't know.
Oh.
So,
Okay.
like, just someone that I know in the world, would that prove our theory, or are we trying to communicate with someone from a different dimension just to be sure?
Not sure. I mean, it would help. I will say, just as the sending spell reads, it does say familiar, and familiar, as with all magic, is incredibly, like, vibes-based. Familiarity is on a pretty wide spectrum. So
Yeah, I feel like for sending, it's pretty generous.
What's the son of the dragon's full name? That.
let me go find it. It's something Mizdagoff. I think it's like Alexei Mizdagoff or something. I don't know.
Hey, Lex Mr. Goth, kiss.
Right. I don't
'Cause
know
you're
if
probably-
the dragon, son of the dragon's like a good idea either, because we
Mikhail
get,
Mizdagoff.
we get news about him every day. So we.
I will say, yeah, Corvus is very familiar with him.
Well, not personally.
True.
Don't spell
but-
that yet, Harkon.
Okay. Did I, Alex? Maybe I had a big brain moment and wrote down this dude's name. Maybe I didn't.
Whose name?
That one insolent cretin that I sponsored to go to college.
Oh, yeah. That is an example of someone only you know.
But I do
Okay,
have.
but how does
a
this
lot
prove
of names.
anything? Guys, you know this is how the sending spell works.
I think the theory is that if a pass, basically the goal would be they would furnish you with a level of information equivalent to that which you know about Kovash. Then you cast sending, and if it works, then that would dispute the fact that the shard had anything to do with it because you were able to cast sending towards a creature that you had a similar level of knowledge of. I think that's the idea.
Am I taking crazy pills when I'm like?
Yes.
I feel like this is just how sending works. Like, why do we need to test this?
Listen,
I don't
know.
think the shard has anything to do with it.
Look, from my previous understanding of the conversation we had, we were doubting that this shard even belonged to Kovash.
Yeah, and how does that matter?
Because we've been researching Kovash this whole time, and so now all of a sudden that we communicate with Kovash, everyone's like, oh, maybe it's not Kovash at all. That just doesn't make any sense. Why is this why did the sun change?
Right, I got someone
we
you're
got
not
extremely
familiar with at
obscure
all. And there will be no
information.
consequences.
We got extremely obscure information from some mage. I don't see how that makes it like weird that the information panned out to be actually useful.
That's not what I'm saying at all.
Let's just try
I'm
something.
confused. Explain it to me then. Because right now it just sounds like you're asking me to waste some spell slots. And I'm
I
like,
think
sure,
Why,
you really need me
Primius, why are
to.
you afraid of? Why do you not want us to just try messaging a dragon?
Hmm.
Yeah, like just let me try to message Lemedon,
Yeah,
which is probably dangerous, but at
yeah, I
least it
mean,
might serve a
maybe
purpose.
no, maybe he's right, guys. Maybe we should just like start messaging dragons willy nilly. Maybe we should do that
Why is that bad?
Don't
because these
know.
are what
I like
I think you can
If they
It's
improve.
risky.
teleported into the middle of Belta, that would be pretty bad for them, I would say. It is a city
Yeah, of
with
course.
thousands of people, so
Yeah,
I
of
don't know.
course.
Wait, they can.
If we
they
just
can,
spawned
they can do
like
that?
a parental
They
dragon,
can probably teleport. Yeah.
Whatever dragon you've been, the Beast of Alia, I'll just call it that. The Beast of Alia has shown the ability to teleport. Alakast and Baradad show no spellcasting abilities at all, to be clear, but the Beast of Alia has very advanced magic, at least.
Well, and
Like,
we also know that it was advanced technologically from the mage.
it did seem that way, yeah.
we also know from the Archmagus that he was like, well, of course dragons know spellcasting. They're like really smart.
Say that, yeah.
So
I mean, you could just
Falls-
pick an obscure one on this list you've never heard of before. Then it's like less worrying, right?
I don't think that's
Totally,
true.
it's stupider. What about one of them? That red dragon that hangs out on the other continent.
I don't think we should be messaging.
Well, that one you know is
What?
real.
Oh,
Yeah,
didn't someone say it didn't have any? Yeah, but how familiar are you with it?
Let's start messaging
Oh.
liches.
Based?
Do you want? How about we start with message the Emperor himself? Do you want me to like just get obliterated? Do you just want me to
can
die?
Or you can message the random bozo I have that you have
Exactly.
no knowledge of.
Which
Do we want
you
to? Let's do that. Let's do that then, shall we?
Yeah, I mean, sure, why not?
All right.
If you
cool.
really think that's gonna
Alex,
achieve anything.
I have his first name. I don't
Yeah.
have the rest of it. But
I
worked
mean, this
with
is
him
your
for,
guys'
like,
sending
several
test,
years.
so I'm going to let you choose exactly how much information to disclose to Corvus. It's your guys' test.
Oh, I'm asking if you can give me the rest of his name, if you even have it.
I probably
Like, you
do.
worked with him for like several years.
Yeah, what session was that?
Let's see. The name is sandwiched in between. Okay, this was post. This was during my
Solo
I think
session?
my solo session. Yes.
Oh,
His
okay.
name is Decus. He was an Optio when I was a Centurion.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know. I think I know who you're talking about. Where is that little bastard?
Rude,
It's not that rude, okay.
but probably deserved.
I remember him being cool. Probably.
Okay, wait. So
Probably.
he was the...
He just has massive fire.
Yeah, you're saying when you were leading that, like, century of
Yeah, I
cavalry, he
a
was your Optio?
Centurion. He was an Optio or my Optio. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
what I've written down at the very least.
Yeah, so I think it's... Oh god, I'm worried about Chowder rewatching the VOD and saying I'm wrong. But I think it's Decus Janus Julii, I think is the name.
Decus Janus.
Janus Julii.
I think it's Hugh Janus.
Fuck, let me.
Listen, that's a valid Mythosian name.
Yes, but it's also a
Decus
very funny name.
Yeah, it
Janus
is.
Julii.
Dickus.
Dickus? I rewatched that movie recently. Fucking
Yeah, amazing
Kino.
movie. It is.
How do you spell Julii?
Got you.
That's
Too many
clout.
I's and E's
Julii.
and stuff.
Alternative spelling, if you want to be quirky with it, you can do
Oh,
one of
you're
these.
spelling. You cut out while you were.
It's in.
spelling.
It's in the.
you're
I didn't cut out. I
with
just didn't
that,
say it. It's
that's
in the
why.
roll 20 chat. Yeah.
Yep. I got it. That makes more sense. Oh, there's just two I's. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Or you can do the you can do the granny alternative spelling.
What is the granny alternative?
It's just
spelling?
Julie and then
Oh.
I.
That's fair.
But yeah, the I in Latin spelling we typically anglicize as double I. So like Horatii is double I.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I worked with this guy many years back. Decus Janus Julii.
Decus Janus Julii.
Yeah.
Right. What is there anything you want me to tell him? Or is this just a prank call?
I don't know. Say you're a friend of Maximus and everything's okay.
Ask if his refrigerator's running.
What's a
The refrigerator.
No? No one?
He'll beat
What do
me
they
to
call
it.
this rule? Isn't it just called like an ice box or an ice chest? Some weird.
Yeah. yeah, they do be having ice
Doesn't-
chests,
that-
too, right?
That doesn't really work
It's,
though. You'd
it's
have
your
to ask,
icebox
like, is
running. Well, you better
Is
go
is
back.
is your windmill running or some shit?
Is your windmill spinning?
Holy.
That's
Is your
really
windmill
good.
tilting? Okay, so I'll send the sending to what was it? Decus Janus Julii?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, I'll send the sending to Decus Janus Julii,
Okay.
Many of
Say-
those were
He's
there.
not dead.
saying, Maximus is alive and well.
Say my full name.
What's your full name?
Say mine.
Max. Fuck.
Full name
Titus.
Bologna.
+2, Dota.
There are too many. There are a lot of Latin names running through my
Exactly.
head. At the moment.
Yeah.
Maximus Titus Gaius. You can go with that.
Maximus Titus Gaius is alive and well. Hope you have a nice day.
The reply comes a moment later. What the fuck?
Oh, there you
Who
go.
is this? What's happening?
Well, did it work?
Well, he said he's, yeah. Well, I don't know if I reached the guy you wanted me to reach, but I reached somebody, and he said, "What the fuck? What is happening?" Because
That sounds
I think
about
I
right.
spooked him
Probably-
with something.
Probably how I'd react too. But there we go. It works. Look at that.
So 0% of dragon investigators have tried sending to check if these.
Well,
dragons-
maybe
You
they
haven't
just
tried
get
sending.
fucking killed.
Oh, you haven't tried sending on any dragon other than Kovash. To be clear, you don't even know if it works.
We haven't either.
Yeah, there's really no proof that it's not a guy LARPing as
Guys.
Kovash.
0% of dragon investors know this one
Yeah,
simple
they
thing.
stop before they big win big.
Try it now,
let's,
and you'll find out. You will shit bricks.
What did you see? When did you scry on the object when you saw the eyes, like the hollow eye creature? I don't. Maybe I'm describing it wrong, but you scried on
I-
something, I think, and you saw.
I think I scried on the Beast of Atlia.
Okay.
I think I
Did he
used
seem
that
like
name.
he was dying?
That seemed. I don't know if it seemed alive, to be honest. It was
Wait.
too.
Here's an interesting theory. Then what if Lemedon is like a necromancer dragon and he's killing them so he can raise them?
Oh,
Hmm.
wait.
I believe Blake
Draco
did
Lich?
propose
Draco
this.
Lich?
I believe Blake did propose that idea last session.
I fucking
Oh.
knew it.
But I think I thought he was smoking fire moss.
Yeah, bro, smoking on that Hellflake.
Yeah, for real, for
Bro's
real.
on that Artemis pack.
Yeah, if,
Doesn't matter because I'm right.
Doesn't matter because you're white.
So true.
Whoa.
Dude, I
Oh fuck.
I gotta kill you with a hammer later. I'm coming to Germany. It's
Mods,
over.
Okay,
Mods, get him with a
okay, let's rate it
Mods, post
in.
associated, you know?
So, what are we doing, guys? What's
Um,
the
Well, if the dragons seem kind of vibe based when it comes to like the red one can do fire and the blue one can do lightning, and like the black one or something be necromancy or some shit.
I think that would be poison.
If any of them are,
I don't know. I feel like green would be poison.
The green's acid, dummy.
yeah, green seem. Oh,
We could
yeah,
also message the
I'll
dragons
ask
we
this
know
later.
of and see if they know anything about this.
True.
Oh yeah, do the
Like
do the
Baradad and Alakast we know of are in the realm of humans.
They exist 100%, no question.
Well, first of all, I know you're worried about using all your sending spells, but maybe sending to Archmagus Valentine and say, I think I just sending to, well, which one did we think?
Kovash.
Kovash.
Which
the
one's
Kovash,
Bronze?
the bronze.
Wait, which one's
And I got a
Valentine? Is that the old geezer that was super useless?
No, that's the leading investigator of dragons.
Oh, that'd probably be good.
I think you
Okay,
guys are describing the same person.
I was gonna say, so if we're describing the same person, aren't we?
Yeah.
Listen,
The
he
old
knows
guy
a
that was
lot
super
about red
useless
and
on
blue
planes.
dragons, but you were asking him about dragons that aren't real, so he had a hard time, okay?
Could we
Yeah.
ask one of the dragons here to come over and kill this one?
Okay.
Sure.
You know what? Yeah, sure.
You want me to ask them for McChicken as well?
I will say, the last time Baradad woke
What's
up
the
for
chicken?
even like a second, he destroyed one civilization and like maimed another. So I don't know if you want to be inviting that.
Hey, bro, wake up! Wakey, wakey!
But my point being, we should message someone who knows about dragons just to ask, what's up with it? I'm just sending to someone named Kovash the Bronze.
All right, this
And they
seems like
respond.
kind of an important thing to tell the dragon investigator. So how does this sound? We finish whatever we're doing here in the league, and then we go back and talk to him in person.
That dragon investigator.
We
They're
give
talking
him
about
all the
Archmagus
info.
Valentine of Cavaranth, not. Oh, do you mean the Master of Judges?
That might
No,
be
I
useful too.
mean,
Sure,
Oh,
but that is
okay.
not who I meant.
Oh, okay. Well, the
That would
guy
be
that
good
Blake's
too, I'm
talking
sure.
about is from Cavaranth.
Never mind. That guy seems useless.
you mean the guy who knows the most about dragons?
Yes.
Did he know anything about these ones?
He didn't even know bronze ones existed and told us that shit ain't real.
He still
fuck
doesn't
off.
think bronze ones exist. So what do we?
Exactly,
I mean-
so do you think he's gonna be helpful?
I think he
Or
knows
tell him
more
they
than
actually
us.
do?
I think he knows more than us.
Or maybe he's just gonna be like, bro, did you smoke some Arden Moss just now?
I know a lot about armies, but if you ask me about the Lord's League army, I'm gonna have no fucking clue, right? It's just because
Exactly.
you know something. Yeah, just because you know a lot about a subject doesn't mean you know everything about it.
Everything about, like,
What's it gonna tell us? That the dragon has 4 legs and can breed stuff?
Actually, that would be more than you currently know about what it looks like. So
Yeah, maybe it has 2 legs or 3.
Whatever. Well, I thought it's
Though I'm
called
not sure the
wyverns.
number of limbs is all that relevant.
no, probably not.
It's very relevant.
Aren't those called
Actually.
wyverns anyway?
Who knows,
Try
man?
something before we say something's dumb and then not do it, though.
We could do like a bunch of more decision paralyzation, or we could actually do something.
Just cast scrying. They
I'm
can't. Or
down
cast
for either
sending on a
one,
dragon.
honestly,
They can't
it's
stop you.
Just say no, they're not legally allowed to continue.
Exactly. Well, we had a
all
plan
right,
originally,
we've,
which was to go ask the local, basically work our way over to the Athnaween settlement of Illithingirth and try to see if the Athnaween know anything about this, because they have access to older elven ruins. And then swing by Golgotha, which is, again, an ancient ruin, and then swing by Godarluka, and then go back to Mithdosica from there. That was our original plan for this session, but if you think there's a better route to go down, feel free.
Yeah, let's just stick to the original plan.
Yeah, I don't think
I
Golgotha is
don't-
gonna
I
be
don't
all
think
that
it-
relevant, no?
Yeah, why are
We
we
can
going
still
now?
go to get some loot from Golgotha area, because, you know, potential
I mean, yeah,
loot.
if the reasoning has changed, that's fine. The original reason was because it's believed to either be Old Red Mountain or Golden Age Dawi. And if it is Golden Age, again, that just gets you further back in the past, gets you more powerful information, gets you more closer to the time span when dragons were actually a thing.
Also, remember, the Archmagus did say that the dragon learned a little bit from each civilization, so going to each one, like, technically wouldn't yield 0 results.
That is true. The Draconomicon said
Yeah,
that.
but the longer we spend on stuff that might not be relevant, we could also potentially, you know, be wasting, like, civilian lives.
Right, but
Yeah,
we
but-
don't know what's useful
we
and what's
don't-
not,
we
so...
don't-
Well,
we
yeah,
don't- we
no,
don't know
I'm not
what we
saying
don't
we
know.
know. I'm just saying that we have to.
Do you have a
Weigh the
proposed
pros and
alteration
pros
to
and
the plan,
cons.
Hecko?
I think we should skip Illithingirth.
So just go to Golgotha.
Shouldn't we at least go to
Yeah.
Illithingirth to get information about
Again?
Golgotha? They live near it.
Yes, but the problem with
Know
Illithingirth
more
was
about
it's
it.
like a secluded tribe that, like, if we're like unlucky, they might just be like, you know what, fuck you, I'm killing you. If we
But
come
we can
close.
just kill them.
Lamau.
They're-
Yeah, we could, but like,
That seems like a bad idea. I've heard very scary things about the Athnaween.
seeing if Maximus says
Athnaween while
that,
we were
then-
here.
You what?
I don't know if
Did we meet in Athenween while we were here?
You guys have seen a couple down at the docks, but you haven't actually spoken to anyone about getting like a guide into the desert.
Okay.
I'd say we go to Illithid.
Oh, and Maximus, you missed us chatting with your favorite guy, Democritus, I think was his name.
Democritus, dude? Yeah, I love Democritus.
Unfortunately, Maximus doesn't know Democritus. It's very
Oh,
sad.
yeah, Maximus doesn't
I
know.
know.
It's
Ethan
a
knows
damn
him.
shame. Yeah,
Who
Maximus
the
is
hell is? Oh
clueless.
wait, I would know who Democritus is.
Well, he's a
he was
failed
quite
playwright.
the character. He's quite the interesting character.
Funny
I
though.
still
just
say we go to Illithid.
everyone being like, Blake's overreacting. He's not that bad. Quickly into, I gotta kill this guy.
Yeah, one conversation in. Well, I mean,
you
either
both
way,
have
whether it's
kill
tolerated him
this
for a whole
guy.
campaign, all right.
whether it's Golgotha or Illithingirth, you guys are going to need a guide to the desert. Unlike the coastline or like Mythdosia, where you guys can navigate via just road signs and stuff, that doesn't exist in the desert. You also can't navigate on rivers. There are none. You can't navigate on the stars because you guys don't know the stars very well. Like, none of you guys are navigators. I don't even think you have a compass. So you're definitely going to want like a desert guide regardless.
I'm gonna also go buy a compass. That seems like a great thing to have.
Well, they don't sell them in Delta. It's not a
What?
big enough city to have
Where?
them.
Oh,
So like $1 billion.
They are very expensive because they're very complicated to build. Yeah.
Wait, they are?
Yeah.
Noodle in water.
That's okay. Carry around a fucking bowl in the desert and see how that works. Okay. You want to do that? You can make one for 5 pence. It's just going to break instantly. You can make it. Just go make your own. If you want to use that, you can just make it. You don't need to pay anyone for that. But what they're selling are highly compressed, like ferrous metal, like normal compasses, which are actually really, really hard to make in this period.
All right, well, fair enough.
Or astrolabes, which are even harder. So we probably need a guide, I would imagine.
Or we get a sexton.
A sextant?
Oh, a sextant.
what? A sexton?
Oh, a sextant.
Oh,
A sextant and
What
an
about a
astrolabe are
swashbuckler?
similar. Sextants are actually, they don't exist yet, because sextants are, those require little telescopes on them typically, or some sorts of lenses, and those are really fucking difficult.
Vinces.
But
All right.
astrolabes, which are baby versions of sextants, those exist. They're just really expensive.
How much?
To
is
the
it
docks,
expensive?
then.
You don't know. You've never bought an astrolabe before. You could go to a merchant, though.
There's probably one at the docks that sells something like this.
There is indeed a merchant. There's dozens of
Well-
naval supply stores at the docks, yeah.
Well, then let's go to one and ask him.
Do any of us know how to use one?
I'm sure
Oh,
we'll figure it out.
well, it should be simple, right? The thing points at the thing,
Yeah,
That's
okay.
computer
I'm not. Yeah,
right?
let's
Uh-oh.
let's skip that and just.
Okay, Hakon, do I know how to use an astrolabe?
No,
No.
you're not a
really
navigator. Why would you know how to use an astrolabe?
Because I'm a highly intelligent study guy. Thought maybe
Well,
I'm gonna come across
Fuck it, roll it in check. Let's see. If it's like an 18 or above, then yes, you've studied how to use this hyper obscure piece of navigational equipment.
Come on! No! So
No,
close.
you don't know how to use it.
I heard about them though.
You have heard about. I mean, everyone here has probably heard about them.
We've been on boats. We know what they are.
Yeah. Everyone knows what they are, but you don't know how to use them.
Don't take this away from
Okay,
me.
fine. You know what they are. You know, and hey, I'll give you this. You know they involve geometry. Not a lot of people know that.
That's crazy.
Yeah, big tech.
Probably. Oh, the class I was slept during.
Yeah, it involves trigonometry, which you also know.
Well, though.
Oh
know.
shit, that's the thing I always used to calculate how far something is away from me if they're flying.
True. So true. Okay. Sounds like we need a guide then.
Yeah.
Well, you know no one in the city. Most of the people don't even speak your language. A lot speak common though, of course. But how do you even go about this process?
Go up to the first
Did I
Athenween and
big
ask
brain?
him.
Oh yeah. I'm not sure if this came up last time or if any of you guys
Racist.
know it, but I know Delian.
How is
Oh,
this race?
that is helpful.
No, it's just like it's so racist to just go to the first Athenween and be like, you know something about elves, right?
Oof.
It is a little bit funny, but it's a good strat. It's a better strat than doing nothing. Okay, so
Oh yeah,
Permeus,
of course.
you
It's just,
begin
it just
you
sounds...
you leading the other four. You begin to descend from the wizard tower towards the harbor, and you spot an Athenween man. He's sitting outside of a tailor's shop. He's pretty well dressed. He has like his dark black hair kind of like slicked back and formed into some sort of large bun shape, and he has a little hat on top. And he's about 7 feet tall, onyx black skin, spindly limbs, and he's just sitting on the bench in front of the tailor shop.
Wait,
He's just
before we
Excuse me,
embarrass
sir.
ourselves here,
Can you help?
wait. Oh, all right. Well, too late.
Yeah, he'll glance over at you. His eyes are kind of like a deep purple. And are you talking to him in common?
Yeah.
He'll reply in common, though it's a bit accented. You're not familiar with the accent. What do you wish?
Do you know someone who could help us travel into the desert and navigate it?
Travel
We're looking
to
for a guide.
near Elithia and Girth.
No, I'm from Belzer.
Do you know anyone who knows how to navigate the desert?
Do you know
You
where
could
we
go
could find
to
somebody
the-
like that?
You could go to the Caravaner district.
Thank you.
Yes, that is what I was
do you
going
know
to,
the city well?
Not at all.
Not really.
First time
He
here, actually.
stands up and towers above all of you by like at least a foot, more in most cases, and a long spindly arm points kind of towards the docks, but towards the left, so like the eastern side of the city. And he says, "Near the Lion Gate, it's a gate with large desert lions carved into it. Just outside of the walls, there's a number of caravan establishments.
I'll nod and
Thank
thank
you,
him.
that's
And
very
Some of those men are very dangerous. Be careful."
Okay.
Thanks for the heads up.
Thank you. Yeah.
He gives a nod and sits back down
I'll give
on the
him
bench.
Damn it! I don't have smaller denominations. I'll give him 1 gold piece.
He'll take the gold and say, he'll mumble something in Sinvalin.
What did he say?
Oh, yeah, for you.
Yeah,
He
I
said,
know.
"Blessings upon you by Thenazed."
Wait, heresy? Take it away. No, I'm joking.
Well, you don't understand what he said, so checkmate. Anyways, what now?
That
we
worked out
head
well.
to the district that he just said.
Yeah, you guys are used to... So Mythosian cities are remarkably well planned. They are, especially the newer cities are block shaped, like square shaped, and then each of the districts is like 1/4 of the square. And then as cities get bigger, they'll add new squares onto the initial square. So like a classic example would be Nausius. Nausius is just 4 connected squares. It's not like built to the terrain. It's just a square. Beltz is not like that. Beltz is a much more natural city that's grown up over 1,000, or I guess almost a millennium. So it's a rat's nest. And this quote unquote district is like 12 buildings. You leave the Lion Gate, and there are 12 large inns, basically, like taverns. Not so much drinking places for local people, but just like hotels for caravans. There are large stables. There's all sorts of, there's camels inside of these stables. There are horses, but much skinnier horses than the type you're used to in Mythosia. Not even like riding horses, but like even skinnier. You see a large kind of like pill bug in one of the stalls that is completely alien to all of you. And I'd say the breakdown is about 80% Athnoine amongst the caravanners and about 20% humans. And there's about 12 or so establishments all packed to the brim. Like the courtyards are filled with people.
Something I just thought of. Blake, what's the status on the Pegasus?
I'm gonna be running it from now on.
I'm sorry. I thought you guys left all your steeds in Mythosia. Have you been walking around the city with a fucking Pegasus this whole time?
Oh no, I thought he was asking a different question. Yeah, it's back in Mythosia.
Okay, I thought so. Yeah. Because okay.
Y'all figure that out. I'm gonna need a horse.
You mean a camel?
A proper. Oh God, heaven help me.
I mean, there are horses, of course. But...
Okay, Alex, I do have one argument to make. Even if I do not have my horse, I would have my saddle.
Of course you do. Yeah.
All right, sick.
That's
All
like
right, cool.
your most powerful magical item.
Yep.
I just left it somewhere.
You just left your
don't
legendary
remember where.
steed. Yeah, no, I don't think so.
All right, cool. All right, thank God. I suppose we're all going to be riding though. So, although, how good will a camel be in combat?
About the same as a warhorse, but they're a lot taller. Like a lot taller. Like a lot.
I mean, I use lance.
Like for context,
lance,
like so like a normal Mythosian horse would be about 5 hands tall. So like it'd be level with your, like the shoulder would be level with your shoulder. War horses are closer to like the top of your head. These camels are like 11 feet at shoulder. They're really tall. They're not like big, they're just tall.
So would I lose my reach feature? Like
No, you wouldn't
the
lose
10
the
foot
reach
range?
feature. In fact, for you, it wouldn't matter because you have reach, so you could still be able to hit people on the ground easily. But for someone with like a sword, it would be out of range.
Can I still hit them 10 feet away, or can I only hit them 5 feet away now?
You can still hit them 10 feet away.
Oh, okay, sick. I guess it is like a 12-foot lance.
It is. It's a big fucking lance, yeah. Anything other than your lance would suck to use. In fact, they'd be out of range, but with the lance, you'll be fine.
Sick. All right. Yeah, camel time.
Well,
They don't have armor, and also I think they just kill the horse or kill the camel.
he has special stuff for that. Either
Get
way,
off
that's
the
all
camel,
putting
I
the
guess.
camel before the caravan. We don't even know if anyone
you're
will
right.
take you, so.
Yeah, you're right.
Who's going to
one
be the face of the party
tavern
to
things, I
go get
suppose?
us a...
Grandia.
Oh, yeah?
I think it should be.
I'll do it.
Do any of you speak Delian?
Nope.
I will say
All
it's
right, I'll
about
do it.
80% Athnoeen
Do you
who
speak
mostly
Delian?
don't speak Delian.
I can, if they're Athenoene, I can speak Symbolin.
Okay.
Okay, wait, you. Oh,
So
I
that's
see. And
Juma.
then you'll have to get Primius to translate, and then yeah, okay.
Why Permeus?
Was that not Dota that just spoke
No,
up?
that was Yogi.
Sorry.
Symbolin sign language to Mithdosian sign language to English.
That's why I was
Yeah, I
confused.
mean, Zednius, while the four of them kind of linger in this track between all the different buildings, you can walk into one of the courtyards and roll me a persuasion check.
Here it comes.
Here it comes.
Ursula.
Wow. You ask around to the various locals, both the human caravanners, the Athnoene caravanners. The rest of your party keeps like glancing into the courtyard, and they just keep seeing you like drinking and chatting. And you gather a lot of information. You figure out that yes, there are caravans here, which will take you out into the desert and slit your throats. That just is a thing because you're all human, to be clear. But there are also some who are a bit more trustworthy. You also learn that getting to Illithang Girth via one caravan, literally impossible. That is a holy city. No one will ever take humans there. That would result in every person in that caravan being probably put to death, including the 5 of you. However, there is someone that may be able to get you in contact with someone in Illithang Girth, which you got through the 27. And all fingers point you towards a particular caravanserai, which is these large establishments where the caravans are setting up. And a man there named Dinendir.
Oh, heaven help us.
Dinendir?
God.
Dinendir. Yeah, Dinendir.
Yes. I do know who Dinendir. Well, it may just be someone of the exact same name.
It is a very common elven
But
name.
Klugi.
if it is the Dinendir I know, then this is maybe a good thing, maybe a
And
horrible, terrible thing.
Dinendir is the guy in Illithang Girth, or the guy that knows someone
That's the
in
guy
Illithang
here
Girth?
amongst the caravans
guy
who
that
knows a
knows
guy
a guy
who knows
about
a
a
guy,
guy.
basically.
Okay.
Yeah. And like with the 27, you will be warned by some of these people. He's a dangerous fella, but again, there's a chance he can get you in contact with someone from Illithang Girth, which is better than anyone else.
What do we know about him besides he's dangerous? Like, do we know?
He's a member of the Harani, which is one of the most violent tribes of the Athnoene. He's a former slave. He's from the city of Apar.
Okay, yes.
He's fucking hates humans, which is not actually that common of an Athnoene trait.
Does
most of
he
them don't mind.
see Galadrim half-elf as human?
Complicated. You don't know. They don't. Other people at the bar don't know because in fact, most people here don't even view you as a half elf. They all view you as human. But
Yeah.
yeah. I think that's what you get from this 30 or 40 minutes of schmoozing.
Okay. I'll relay to the party that we need to meet with this guy named Dinendir that could get us in contact with someone in Illithang Girth. But there's no way we could just get a caravan that would take us there because anyone that agrees is going to try and kill us.
The clockwork
okay, then.
monsters sound easier to deal with.
They really do. But so long as we don't go there, but we
You
get
guys
in contact with
think
someone
this is
who is
worth
there,
it?
they'll
You
know
guys
more
think this-
about it.
Also, I'm a little biased because the stories I read as a child were amazing, and I want to kill a couple.
What the hell?
Creatures?
The one from the Scourge.
Yeah. Group-based.
Yeah, let's do it then.
Okay, I mean, yeah, we can. Are you bringing the whole party, Zednius, or is it just you?
Better if it's just him at first, no?
Yeah, it shouldn't be a group of like 6 humans roll up. Hey,
Yeah.
help
Yeah.
us.
Okay, well then, Zednius, you
Well,
make your way towards.
Or
Wait,
before-
hold on.
before he leaves,
I need to
Will's
converse
going-
with the group so I
Okay,
know what
okay.
the game plan is.
Sure.
Okay, if this
You
guy
wanna
like
bring
super
some-
hates humans, what we should have like an emergency plan in case you ask him and he literally immediately tries to kill you. Should we like stay in earshot or
that's what I
something?
was gonna. you
Do
want
I
me to go
have
with you?
dimension door? I could just maybe I could just disappear if I dimension door, I think.
You want to cast magic like that out in the open here?
Well, if you're being like if somebody attempts to kill you, I don't think that like casting magic is that crazy.
Not sure these people care all that much about someone trying to kill someone else.
Fair.
We haven't seen anyone cast magic, have we? No, we wouldn't see
Well,
that.
except for
Okay.
the guy in the wizard tower, of course.
Right.
Also, you're to be clear, like no one's. Just to give context, the level of violence at these caravanserais that you have seen so far, personally witnessed, is 0. Like, you haven't even seen a bar fight yet. It's just you're being told that, like, some of these people will take your money, go out into the desert, and kill you. That's not, like... But that doesn't mean they're just gonna, like, stab you in the
That
throat
means
when you
kill
talk
you
to them.
in the city. Yeah.
Yeah. That doesn't mean kill you in the city. That means, like, way outside the like, in the desert,
So you're
basically.
probably
where-
fine.
Okay, but what do I want to get out of him? I want to get the contact in Illithengirth to help with what? To help us get there?
No, not get there. Just information about whatever this other place we're going to is. Golgotha?
I don't know what Golgotha is. Is that on the map?
Golgotha.
Yeah.
Oh, it's in this red circle?
It's the red circle of death, yeah.
Yeah, we're going there
So-
to the Scourge.
Our plan is to get to Illithengirth so we go and then rest up and go south into that, or we want to go just straight into that?
We're not going into Illithengirth. They will kill us.
Okay, they will kill us, right?
But maybe we'll be able to converse with somebody from Illithengirth. Girth.
To tell us about Gothica. What's it called? Sorry?
Golgotha.
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 And
And also to
potentially
get some XP.
and potentially tell us about like maybe they know something about dragons that we don't, but that's a far shot really.
Okay. And what's in Golgotha? That's where all the clockworks are?
Yep.
And we want to get the clockworks to...
Kill them.
We just go in there.
We just
to
wanna
find
kill
the
them.
information that was
We
there
want to
and-
see if
and
they're
get-
similar to the thing we saw.
Of the dragon stuff.
Yeah.
Skeleton thing, yeah.
Of his element
We
stuff
want
that
to
we saw.
compare
Yeah,
it to
okay,
the
okay.
fragment that
To the
produced
shard.
us.
And
Yes,
see if
to
the magic
if-
is similar. And okay.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. I think I understand. All right, let me
But
go
also,
try to
loot
find...
experience.
Yeah, that's what I really need, because I'm so close to an important level up.
I'm so close to
You
So-
want me to go with you as some muscle, or are you going to be good?
I think I'll be
that's right.
okay.
You look chonked out. I keep forgetting about that.
Yeah, he's tall. He's the tallest member of the party. And big.
How tall?
Yeah.
Are you?
Boy.
Yeah, I think he's like 6 foot something now.
6'3".
Maximus is the tallest because he's always on horse.
Damn it! Has me by 2 inches.
Only because of the ring. But yeah, Zenius, you head down the street. You're pointed towards a particular caravanserai. You see a red hand painted on the door, like a palm. And you head on inside. This one's a lot less busy than the other ones. There's about 20 people in the courtyard rather than like 40 or 60. And you're not really sure who you're looking for. I mean, you were told like tall Lathnoween with like red tattoos, but most of the people here have those. So eventually, like after maybe 10 seconds of you loitering in the entrance, a guy will stand up from one of the nearby tables and walk over to you. He kind of towers over you and looks down with kind of like blood red eyes and says in Cymbalin, "What do you want?"
Wish to speak with Dinendir.
He'll point over to so it's like an open courtyard with a number of like attached hotel rooms and stuff that people would sleep in and then get in their caravans in the morning and leave. And he points towards a room with an open door, and then goes back over and sits down.
What time of day is it?
It's getting towards evening.
Okay. Do Athnuine like to drink?
Most certainly.
Typically.
Yeah.
Okay. I would like to get I guess a pitcher or something.
Yeah.
A pitcher of ale to
Yeah,
bring with me.
You buy one from the
schmooze.
like in here in the courtyard for about 4 pence.
Incredibly based.
Okay.
Pitcher,
And
$4.
two glasses.
Yep, they come along with wooden cups.
Okay, and then I will walk close to his room, kind of stand in the doorway and say, fancy an ale? In Symbolin.
Yeah, inside the room, this is not actually being used as a bedroom. There is like several pillows laid across the ground, kind of like curtains. There is a little pile of fire moss on one table, a little artemis on another, some other drugs you don't recognize. And leaning against the far wall, holding a spear and like a long horn in his arms, is a dark-skinned Athnuine. He has scars across both his face and visible arms. And when he sees you, he'll kind of look up and say, "Who are you?"
I'll slowly step in and say I go by Zednius.
What do you want?
I hear you know someone I would like to get into contact with.
He nods and will gesture for you and to sit on like one of the cushions kind of sprawled out in the room in front of him.
Okay. I'll sit, I'll lay the pitcher and everything on a table. I'll pour myself one and him one. But I'm not gonna like hand it to him or anything.
Yeah.
And say we would my party wishes to go to, oh fuck, I forgot the name again. Gonathel? It's
Golgotha.
Golgotha. And I heard you know someone in Illithin Girth that could give us more information about it.
Your accent is strange. Where are you from?
I'll look down and kind of cringe that I forgot of my accent. And then we look back up and say, "You're going to hate me, but Mithdosica."
And why would I hate that?
It's a land of humans. I heard that they've done horrible things to your people.
The Delians have done horrible things to my people.
I see.
What business do Mithdosians have in the Scourge?
We want to kill some automatons for research purposes.
Seeking advantage over the Son of the Dragon?
No. Well, not as far as I know. Another matter.
You're not adventurers, are you?
Not in the colloquial sense.
You're far too rich for an adventurer. You even powder your face like a proper Mithdosian nobleman. I could get you a meeting.
And what do you wish from us?
My friend may ask for a number of things from you, but I do not ask anything. I think that he'll likely ask for information, both things of your homeland and also magic.
And he knows much of, oh my god, Gondatha? That's so wrong.
Jesus, dude.
He's actually
Sorry.
No one tell him. No one tell him.
lost it.
Golgotha. Golgotha. Oh my god. I was close. I was close.
He is not as familiar with
Golgotha.
Golgotha, but he has been there before, and more importantly, he'll let me know if I can introduce you to people who do know of what you seek. You
All right.
see, as an outsider, you would not know this, but the desert is not one people. There are many tribes. The people in Ilithangirth, they are a secretive bunch known as the Skatite. There is not one Skatite here in this city, so I cannot promise you that my chief will get you a meeting with one of them, but it's possible.
Sounds like they're pretty tight with each other.
But
Kill him.
I liked it.
so when can I expect to meet him?
We can leave tonight.
Where are we going?
We're walking east of the city.
How far?
Around 30 miles or so.
Okay, hold on. Let me make sure it's not like an insane. That's pretty far.
It's pretty far.
Is there any? Because I've heard that guys will take you out there and fucking
You have
kill
heard
you.
that.
So I want to do an insight check and see if there's anything hiding behind this.
Yeah.
Oh no, I have no clue.
Yeah, I mean, you're not entirely sure. I will say, though, since you're specifically looking for it, you do notice that his eyes are ever so slightly bloodshot and a little bit red. That guy is high right now, blasted to all hell.
He's
Oh man, I don't trust him. He's gonna kill us.
He's just one guy.
Surely.
the tail guy.
Do I know what type of drug he would be on?
Well, there's about 4 different ones in the room. You currently see Fire Moss, Artemis, which is a new thing from the city-state. You see Hellflake, and then another one you don't recognize.
I've done Hellflake.
Yeah,
Is it Hellflake?
probably not. He would be having a psychotic
Okay.
episode if it were Hellflake.
Okay.
And to be clear, these aren't like in gentle piles. It's like residue splattered across the room.
Okay.
Quick question: are these like legal in the Dalian League?
Probably not.
Okay.
I mean, you don't know,
Does-
but you would assume not.
Does he look strapped for cash?
It's a really weird thing. So he has very little equipment. Like, he has 4 pieces on him. He has the spear in his arms, like the horn at his waist. Then he has a very simple one-piece tunic and sandals. That's it. Like, that's all he has. But what he does have is kept in very good condition. Like, the spear is lacquered. The tip of the spear is red metal, which is very expensive. So, no, he's probably not strapped for cash, but he definitely keeps his kit very light.
Okay. And he would be ready in, what'd he say? An
Now.
hour?
He said
Now?
no. Yeah.
And he's high
Yep.
on something.
Yep.
But if he 30 miles,
That's like an 8-hour walk.
would-
You're not doing that so quickly. That's if
I
you're
know
keeping
it
a
would
really
be an
crazy
8-hour
good
walk,
pace.
but also
Yeah.
if we're together the whole time, he won't have time to alert his homies to be there.
True. As long as it's not like a prearranged
unless they're
destination.
already there, but
Yeah.
it doesn't seem like it's possible. Sure, I don't know. I'm starting to. It's hard to tell. He could be telling the truth. I'm not convinced he's lying, but I'm not. Either way.
Big.
But I'll say okay. Let me introduce you to my friends, and then we can be off.
Roll a perception check.
IQ in the back.
No.
Conceals.
Yeah,
20
he pulls himself up with his spear, and I think that you realize, like, until you see someone in motion, I think it's very hard to derive, like, their base stats or stuff like that. But when you see him move with his spear and, like, pull himself up and start to follow behind you, he has this, like, cat's-like grace to him. This is at least, like, 18 dex, maybe higher. He has clearly a lot of experience with fighting, lots of calluses on his hands. A lot of this indicates this is a fighter with quite a bit of experience.
Okay.
Yeah, he'll follow behind you.
So, yeah, it's possible that he just sees me as an easy mark, but once he sees like Maximus Corvus is obviously a mage, Premius with his insanely glowing eyes, maybe he'll, I don't know. I want to gauge his reaction when he sees the group, actually.
Okay.
I would like to do that.
He follows you out to the courtyard. He waves at 3 other Athnoeen who like look at him questioningly. He just gives them like a simple wave and a nod, and they remain seated. And the two of you exit the courtyard, head out onto the street. You guide him down the street to where your 4 compatriots are just kind of sitting on a bench and waiting, or two of them are sitting, 2 of them are standing. And yeah, roll an insight check. Let's see if you can gauge his reaction.
Can we roll one as well?
Oh,
I don't think you'd be actively
The body
looking for
language
that.
of the random guy. who
You
just
can go with
walked up
passive
to-
insight if you want, but I don't think you would be actively gauging his like.
Okay.
But yeah, Zenius, you guide him to the group, and he just silently follows behind you.
Alex, I don't know if this is relevant or important, but I would have taken the paint off of my armor before we came out here. Green's
Oh,
not
so
very
it's
useful.
gleaming mithril again?
Yeah, it'll also keep me cooler as well.
Sure.
So.
Okay. I will say, Premius, with a passive insight of 17, he largely ignores most of the group, but he does like leave his eyes on you a little bit longer and then returns to looking at the group generally. But yeah, Zenius, you walk up to the group, the towering Athnoeen following behind you.
this is Denendir. He says he can, in common, of course. He says he can show us, get us a. What is the word? Oh my god, my English is bad.
He leans against his spear and speaks in common and says, "My chief, I can get you a
An
meeting with my
audience
chief."
is the word I was looking. Yeah, an audience with his chief. Did he say he was Skitite or the other group is Skitite?
The ones in Illith and Girthar.
Okay, we don't know what tribe he is. I didn't ask.
No.
I'll nod.
And your chief knows of Golgotha?
A bit. Scholars in Illith and Girth will know more. We call them remembrancers.
And your chief
Is
put us in
that-
contact with
Is
them?
that just a term, or does that do they have a special method? I'll say.
My chief can, if he wills it, and they do have a special method. They are unlike human historians.
Can I tell this guy's hi, by the way?
Yeah, I think it's relatively obvious to anyone who's looking for it.
Yes, I'll just look at him and say, "You'll be fine."
He's a high functioning drug user. It's fine.
He
No
doesn't.
such thing.
He just looks at you.
All right. When do we leave?
Now, we'll walk on
Now.
foot.
No camels?
How far is it? Like, do we need provisions?
It's 30 miles. You'll be fine.
We expecting?
It's about to be late, right? So
Yep,
it's
you're going to be walking through the night.
okay.
We
I mean,
expecting
if
combat on
shit
the
goes
way?
real bad.
Denendir shakes his head. Belts and patrols are non-existent, and if we do come across one, there's nothing we're doing that's illegal.
Okay. What about bandits?
Out bandits.
Well, how common is it? Caravans go along here. Are bandits gonna be an issue?
I don't think that'll be a problem for you.
Well, no, obviously that wouldn't be a problem, but would that even happen?
Not for men and women like you.
You see, I don't like that answer.
Can I take a
Yeah.
camel if I wish? I fight from mount.
No,
All right then.
the terrain is too
Do
rocky.
Athnoeen ride horses typically?
They do, yeah. I mean, they
Okay.
ride horses, they ride camels. There's those pillbug type creatures that you saw in one of the stables.
they
There
fly.
are,
Okay.
they ride all
Is there a
sorts of
mount?
shit.
Is there a mount that can make it?
He shakes his head.
Look
I
over
look
at
towards
the
Premius.
bug. Not even that.
Prometheus is just silent. He doesn't care. He trusts the group.
Yeah, I
Not
know, but
even-
I meant that you have a Pegasus that can totally
Oh,
do the.
nod my head towards the pill bug.
Yeah, he'll look over at the stable and he'll shake his head. No, that's for heavy cargo transport, not for rocky terrain.
What is that?
It's called a sand strider. It's imported from Western Valeros.
That's a far way, huh?
It is a far way, and very expensive, but a breeding pair was introduced a couple of decades ago.
Well, Firmius, if we get into a bind, can you summon the Pegasus?
Last time you were on a Pegasus, I almost died. I'd
I don't think
prefer
that
if
was-
you did have one, we were to stick close together.
It is
Yeah,
only a
yeah.
night's walk. There's nothing to worry about.
So be it.
And yeah, he starts walking. You guys are already on the eastern side of the city, on the eastern gate, so he just starts walking eastward using his spear as a sort of walking stick.
Make sure you will fill up your water before we leave.
Yeah, you guys can fill up your water skins, and those of you who have rations have them. I don't think many of you do, though.
I've got it in my bag.
Okay, that's big.
Yeah, I
Holding bag.
would have taken some if we came here without our mounts.
Sure. Dinandir takes long steps, really long steps. Not only is he taller than all of you, he's also much more lithe, and he takes these, 5, 6, 7 foot long, like basically bounds from your perspective, but to him, like long striding walks. So it turns into borderline like a jog for most of you to keep up with him. And for like Grania in particular, this is miserable, like peak misery. Every time there's any sort of long-term exertion, I bring it up, but most of the time that's on horseback, so your butt hurts and it's like sore or whatever. This is like active exertion for hours and hours and hours through the night, so you can't see shit either. Your only light is Primius's eyes as you move across the grassy terrain of Belza. And while it is rural near the city itself, very quickly the like forests and other stuff give way to this kind of like Sahel style environment where there's like scrub grass and little trees.
Since he's ahead of us, I assume.
Yeah.
And he's not necessarily looking back. I would like to flash my magic detection eyes on him and just see what's going on here.
Yeah, let me go check his sheet.
Also, when it starts getting dark, I'll ask him if it's okay to light a light spell, and if he says yes, then I'll do that.
I'll answer you first, Heko. He'll look over his shoulder and say, "It is no trouble. We already have a light with us."
Yeah, in that case, I'll just. Well,
And to answer
pick up a stick, but yeah.
your question, Yogi, he has a magical dagger beneath his tunic.
Okay, and it's hidden very well because I never noticed it before, right?
Correct, yeah. But you can see its outline because his cloth isn't, I think it's a foot thick or something. It has to be crazy thick to obscure
But
it.
he
by
is attempting to conceal it.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah, it's also in terms of its power level, it's an abjuration dagger. It's like, relatively potent, but like nothing crazy. Like it's not blinding, okay? It's not like some crazy artifact.
It's not like it's
yeah,
not
it's just
all
a magical
of us
dagger.
right now.
Yeah, it's a magical dagger. Yeah, and you guys continue to follow behind him, and soon the sounds of city and all of that fades away, and the only real sound is exertion from Grania, the rustling of your clothing, because you guys are all dressed in Mithdosian garb, so, long flowing robes, furs, with the exception of Zednius, all of you you're dressed for the Tabrashan winter, damn it, it's fucking January.
No, I'm not.
What do you mean?
Remember
Are you
those
in like
clothes I
battle mage
bought?
robes? Oh, you're right. You bought special. I forgot you bought special fancy
Robe and
clothes last
Zuri.
session. True. Okay, you're long and flowing. You and Zednius are dripped out. Everyone else is cold as shit. Because even though they're dressed for like a Tabrashan winter, this is cold. It's like really, really cold. So it's this horrible mixture of like hot underneath your robes, but outside, like your face freezing cold from the coldness of the desert. And a wind is constantly blowing off the ocean.
What temperature is it, Alex? Like
Probably a
roughly?
little bit below freezing.
Okay, can confirm we wouldn't be all that cold.
Listen, I have done marches in the freezing cold before at Bowman, okay? And you do get cold, okay? I mean, maybe your arm, like, for me at least, my hands got cold as shit while I was doing those. Maybe not Maximus, because he's carrying like 140 pounds of shit, but...
Riding gloves.
Yeah. Everyone else, though. Like, Granny is just wearing normal battle mage robes. Prometheus is just wearing normal leather armor, but Maximus is maybe fine.
Depends on how much they're carrying, I suppose.
Which is not much. But yeah, Denendir continues to stride in his relatively light clothing. And at a certain point, Grania, you're not sure how long it's been. It's nighttime. Your lungs are burning. Your feet hurt. Everything about this is miserable. And you don't feel like you're really that much closer to where you're headed.
Yeah,
I'll look back at this point.
she's definitely
Granny, are you
slowing down
okay?
a lot more, and she doesn't really respond. She's just like trudging along without like eyes closed, just trying her best not to think about it, but she's struggling.
How much do you weigh?
It is pretty light. Let me see.
Piggyback ride.
90 pounds,
90 pounds?
which I think is incorrect. Did you adjust that sometime with HardCon? Because I thought I reduced that.
Nope.
At your height. Let me go look at something, because I may be wrong.
I mean, I can carry her because I only have 30 pounds of equipment. And my strength is not terrible.
You would hit encumbered at whatever your strength times 5 is.
Nope, looks like that's right. It's average weight. Between 75 and 90.
Can you carry
what's
100 and... Well, also our equipment. So can you carry 120 pounds, Prometheus?
75? No, that's not 756. 75. I'd be encumbered.
Yeah, encumbered what? Halves your speed?
I think first level of encumbrance only reduces it by 5. I think heavily encumbered is what reduces it like completely, basically.
Is that it, huh?
Yeah, it is.
And you said how many pounds?
130.
130. Okay. Here, Primus, take my here, take this, and I'll hand him a lance, and take this, and a shield, and that might be good. Not quite. Let's see, what else do I? Oh, and here, take my rations, and this.
How many pounds of
And I
stuff
hand
are
him
you handing
a
me?
longbow.
Wait, all of your
two-
things can go in my bag.
2,
There you go.
3. Oh, okay. So yeah, a mithril shield, a mithril lance, a longbow, and 10 rations get.
Don't pour those
deposited
onto the
into
sheet,
void.
just like Ethan will just remember he's
Okay.
not carrying them at the moment.
Yep.
Cool.
All right, and
All right,
you
and,
hoist Grania up onto your back.
I am 0.28 pounds away from being heavily encumbered, but I am not.
Okay. All right. Well then,
All right.
you continue to
you
march.
get, Granny, up.
Do you prefer this, Grania, being not having to walk?
Like, goes limp. Just like, oh god, thank you, kind of like reaction.
Well, as like what there's a word for this. Is it like chicken? I don't know. It's the thing where like you're holding someone's leg and they're like mounted on your back. I don't know. There's a word for this. A type of carry. What'd you say, Blake?
A fireman's carry?
No, it's not that one. Anyways, she's clinging onto your back. Piggyback. That's what it is. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You're giving Granny a piggyback ride, and while all of this is happening, Corvus, you're up at way like 100 feet ahead with Dinandir, and he kind of slows to a stop and turns around, leaning against his spear, and he'll kind of glance over at you. Are you soldiers?
Not quite. I'll bend my head towards Maximus. He used to be.
What are you?
How do you feel about the Mithdosian Empire?
He strikes.
We're in service of the Mithdosian Empire.
That
The
much is
judges,
obvious.
if that tells you anything.
A judge? Legal
Yes.
cases?
No. It's like a type of like with a type of task force that takes like cases that threaten the general populace.
He's watching as, you know, Maximus is taking rations out of his backpack, placing it into the bag of holding, and he'll just kind of shrug, and he'll reach down to his waist where there's a tiny, tiny little, like, purse, basically. He'll open it up, withdraw this kind of, like, whitish powder, which he'll kind of, like, line up on his index finger and then run his nose along, sniffing it into his nose. And he'll...
I'll just look at him. What was
He'll-
that?
It is a traditional medicine. Would you like some?
What's it called?
I don't know the common word.
Sure, I'll take some.
He'll take out a pinch of it, place it along your index finger.
I'll sniff it. Whatever. Fuck it, bro.
Yeah, you know, your nose kind of burns for a little bit, but then you feel flush with energy.
So what was this, Hakon? Was this Coke?
The traditional Halloween medicine.
Yeah. Sure, buddy. Sure, buddy.
Snorts coke.
Whatever you need to tell yourself.
Is it coke?
Snorts
No,
coke.
no,
Was that coke?
No, I
just
swear.
smelled?
It's medicinal.
It is medicinal.
Therapeutic.
All right. Well, the other guys finish up their thing, and you can, as you start walking, you're able to keep pace with Deer now. I mean, you are having to do like an awkward half jog, half shuffle. It's like in a video game where like the jog is too fast, but the walk is too slow. That's kind of where you're at.
Oh, that shit's infuriating.
Oh yeah, and you're doing that for hours for a 30-mile march. But eventually, it's been many hours. Zednius, you feel like you've pushed the limits of this ring. Like you're not you're not unfit. You're actually quite fit. It's just not this type of fit. But with the ring, you got like a crazy amount of vitality, and it's just kind of starting to wane. Primius and Maximus, you're totally used to this stuff. And Corvus, you're lucky you took that medicine halfway through the trip because it helped quite a bit.
I think you are underestimating Corvus.
Yeah, like a 13 or something, right?
What, Constitution?
No, strength.
Yeah, 13.
Yeah,
But he has amazing Constitution and good dexterity.
For
so,
sure.
like, I think he's fine.
he just doesn't do this stuff very often. But yeah, I mean, you all managed to get to the end of the trip, and again, your view of the terrain has been very limited. It's Primius's eyes plus the light from your spell, so it's like 60 feet basically in a range around the party. And you can tell that the terrain's been changing. It's like actual desert now, not like Sahel. It's like full-on desert. And he leads you to a dried riverbed. The dried riverbed is like a 15-foot drop. Like, this is... I won't elaborate too much, but it's a weird form of like geology. It's weird that the river would be this deep in an area that never gets any rain for it to be a desert. And he'll guide you towards a kind of crack in the side of the riverbed. And he'll kind of... You realize that this crack leads into a narrow little cave. It's big enough to fit all of you, including Dendir, but it's a tight fit. And he kind of points towards the crack and says, "We will wait in here." And he squeezes in.
I'll have my familiar crow stay outside.
Oh no.
Sure.
I don't want to go in there.
How long?
Until they come.
All right then. I'll
How long do they
set
usually
Granny
take to
down.
come?
Couple of hours.
I'm gonna set Granny down and go to sleep.
Okay.
She's just gonna like flop as you sit her down.
Yeah, she flops into the sandstone cave and just starts honk shmee
Oh,
shmee.
and then I'll recover my nonsense from Zednius before I do that and have a ration to eat.
Well, yeah, as you guys all kind of get into the tent into the cave and start to like calm down, Denendir will reach down to that little satchel at his waist, and he'll take out little white powder and offer it up to each of you except for Grania because she's already asleep, and say, "Energy."
I'll take it.
Okay.
I'll pretend to take it.
Oh my god, he's wasting perfectly good medicine.
Why even do that?
How do you
what is
like
it?
pretend to take coke? Why?
I mean, what
Yeah, I
do you
don't know.
mean? You just kind of like awkwardly sniff it and knock it off your finger and no one cares because it's not that deep?
What is it?
A medicine to stay awake.
I think I'll just go to sleep.
All right.
Yeah, I'll rack the fuck out.
Yeah, the
Is
cave.
Deer eating chips?
No,
Yes.
no.
Really?
Do I have it on me or is it on Mickey? No, it's absolutely
He
on the
will,
horse.
as you guys kind of relax in for however long you'll be waiting, he'll kind of lean back, his back kind of contours to the cave, and he is clearly afraid of falling asleep. Like, I mean, there's a lot of reasons to think that, but the fact that every, like, 30 or 40 minutes while you wait, he does another little line of this stuff, and he keeps his eyes nice and wide, and whenever he starts to, like, drift off, he kind of shakes and does a couple laps outside of the cave and then comes back inside. This guy does not want to fall asleep. Beyond that...
I'd be afraid if I
an
was
hour
him,
in,
too.
I'll emerge from my forced slumber and see him doing that.
Yeah.
All right, he comes back. What are you so afraid of falling asleep for? Us
He
or
looks
something
in.
out there?
He shakes his head. It's just the past.
I understand that. I'll stay awake now.
What does that mean?
He looks at you, but does not elaborate. And it's awkward. It's an awkward waiting period. You guys don't really talk very much. Maximus and Grania drift in and out of sleep. Zednius, you're tired as fuck, so you probably drift off at some point. And Corvus and Primius, you know, you have this kind of unnatural energy flowing through you, so you stay awake for a while longer. And as the first light begins to kind of like crack outside of the cave, you notice Maximus. Maximus, you're just kind of like half awake, half asleep. You know, you don't really want to be awake, but it's starting to get light outside. This is when you normally wake up anyways.
Yeah.
And this small sandstone cave has little room for hiding. There's no stalactites, no like lower ground. It's not deep. Like I said, you guys are almost touching, but there's like 5-6 feet of space. I mean, there's like 5 feet between each person in this room. So it's not big. It's not a big cave. But in the shadow beside Dinandir, you see another Athnaween where there wasn't one before. His eyes are pale red. He wears white silks, which blend in with the white sandstone behind him. And as you make eye contact with him, he'll stand up, and the rest of you will notice him.
Dude,
God.
he's so Fremen-pilled.
The Athnaween is missing an eye. It looks like it was carved out of its socket. And he'll look around the room. He speaks in Symbolan, so I think only Zednius can understand. You are not Delian.
No.
He looks over at Dinandir. And Dinandir will stand up, and clearly he didn't expect him to arrive there either. And he'll start to whisper into his ear, and eventually the taller Athnaween will nod. And you notice that the light from the outside kind of goes dark, and there are now 3 Athnaweens standing in the entryway to the cave as well. And
Does anyone look like the chief?
what would a chief look like?
I don't know. Different. Stand out.
No, they're all dressed. Other than all of the ones other than Dinandir all are dressed pretty similarly.
Okay.
The one with the missing eye will.
Is everyone awake?
Everyone but Grania.
Okay. Should we wake Grania?
It's up to you.
I think we should wake up Grania. Yeah, I want to wake up Grania.
Yeah, you gently, 2 of you gently nudge Grania, and Grania, you kind of wake up and just see like another person in the room that wasn't here before, and 3 people standing in the door, like the entryway to the cave.
Probably almost like fighting back, like swatting their hands away at first, and then not really like wanting to get up, and then eventually like slowly rising, and then realizing the situation.
Yeah, the one with the missing eye will crouch down, so he's eye level with most of you. Tell me about Archlycus.
He's still in Symbolan?
Uh-huh.
Do we recognize
all...
does the name come through though?
Archlycus
I imagine
is a proper
so.
noun.
It is a proper
Okay.
noun, yeah.
Right, yeah.
What's Archlycus? Do I know what that is?
The wizard you met,
who?
man.
Ah!
Oh, the douchebag?
Yeah.
What do you want to
Yeah.
know about it?
What? We met with him.
I'll look at Zednius and sees the only one that speaks Cymbalin. What is the tower like?
What is the tower like? Is it big? It's all a bunch of stuff in it. I don't remember.
Well, it was rather large. There was a servant. There was only one servant. And as we walked into the main chamber, which is at the very top, we were ascended to a demi-plane. And within that, he had total control of every single aspect. But other than that, it was a pretty relatively looking space.
I thought we entered the demi-plane as soon as we entered the tower.
Oh, the entire tower's a demi-plane?
I thought so. Or I'm misremembering. I don't know.
Does he look like he understands Primius speaking in common?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I won't bother translating.
Well, after you say all that, he'll say in Cymbalin to you, Zednius. And, he would only meet with you within the tower? Did you attempt to meet with him outside?
I don't think that we did.
And was rather hungry for power, or at least to keep
Yeah,
it.
and he used the leverage of us being in his plane to extract unfavorable deals.
So, he's not the most keen person, I'd imagine, on leaving his realm where he believes him to be the total god of everything.
He wants to have the advantage, yeah.
His eyes will peruse the group, and they'll rest on...
can cast 9 circle spells.
The Athnoine missing an eye will gesture towards one of the other ones, and then look at you, Corvus, and he'll say in basically unaccented common, "You're a wizard, correct?"
Indeed.
If the outside of his tower was set ablaze, would that impact his demiplane?
What did he do to you?
He just stares at you.
What do I know about demiplanes, Halcon?
Demiplane's a very, very, very complicated spell. Basically, you can pick a door that exists, or you can create a door in a pre-existing surface, and that door connects you to a new plane of existence that you basically have borderline infinite control of while creating it. Additionally, you can have things like stacked glyphs of warding that allow you to modify the plane in real time. So they're kind of like a wizard's own way of being God. Like when the spell kind of was first rediscovered a couple hundred years ago, there was a lot of like schizoid theories that the entire world is just a giant demiplane and what we call God is just a really powerful wizard. And typically they're pretty limited in dimensions, but again, you can modify them, and very powerful wizards can make, like whole planets, whole like entire ecosystems. I don't think Corvus saw this, but obviously the players did on Gela Isle. There was that weird like fucking inbred like monstrosity demiplane where like they use it as like a prison and a breeding ground. You can do a lot of crazy shit with demiplane. But there's basically no way to impact it from the outside because it's not real. It's a portal to it. Like the door is the only thing that matters. Everything else is supplemental.
So I'll say, from my understanding, I don't think it would affect anything within the demiplane.
Does he need food?
Probably, but I'm assuming he has magical means of getting it. I did see him eating, I think.
Does magical food provide sustenance?
As far as I'm aware. I know clerics can create water and food. It's not necessarily tasty, but it works.
Depends on who makes it, because a transmutation can't do it, but someone like a druid can.
Yeah, and clerics.
And a wizard?
He might be able to conjure something, he might be able to kill, or just teleport food for him. But directly create food? I don't think so.
Can things pass through the door without him? Like, is the door always open?
I don't think so. I think the door is open when he wills it to exist.
The Athawin with the missing eye will lean back and think for a moment. What were you meeting with Archlycus about? He'll say that one in common.
The Beast of Atlia.
Beast plagues our lands in Mythdosia, and we sought his knowledge of dragons to hopefully learn more about it, so we can hopefully destroy it.
Did he aid you?
He gave us information
somewhat.
that somewhat helped, but we need more, which is why we're heading into the Scourge.
What did you give him in return?
Everything.
An incredibly powerful glyph, hand scribed.
Do you have a copy of it?
Yes.
You will reproduce it.
Will I?
You will.
Well,
Or else?
He doesn't say anything else. He just looks at you with
Nice.
one eye.
we're the one asking them for a favor.
Yeah, but Corvus doesn't ever want to give this to anyone else now.
Well,
Yeah, no, I
there's
feel like giving this to
four
someone else.
Athawin staring at you. No, sorry, 5 Athawin staring at you.
I'm not giving it to him right now.
We got time, so you better start scribbling.
The one-eyed Athawin will say, "There's no reason for us to be enemy, Mythdosian, but you have armed an enemy of mine with magic. I need it."
Why should I get involved in this?
Because you're already involved.
I don't think that
There's a point.
I'll send a message to Corvus. I don't even think he'll be able to use it.
That's not the point, Soy.
Don't use soy, Jack.
He's-
No.
He's out here being a wizard, man. He's out here, can't tell anyone anything.
Yeah,
He's just like the other wizard we've interacted with.
it's
Oh,
true.
true.
Bro,
Just do it, bro.
so
Yeah,
cooked.
we're-
I expect this to be worth my while.
He doesn't say anything.
Dude,
He might have had power over us because we were in his plane, but we can leave at any time and just not have a deal with you.
we'll look back towards the 3 Athawin at the door.
Yeah, I'll put my head in my hands. Because this is dumb. This is so dumb.
You're not very good at this, are you?
We can easily take him.
There's no need for this to come to blows.
Do
Exactly.
Corvus do we even know how to get home?
Yes.
Unfortunately, teleport is an action which can be beaten in initiative.
Yeah.
Enjoying those chips, Alex?
But he'd have to
They're
be
not
literally
chips, it's
one-shot me.
popcorn. It's popcorn!
Sorry, I didn't
Doesn't matter.
analyze the.
He's
Corvus
doing
just
mukbang.
Didn't analyze the
ASMR.
frequency of the crunch.
You are the only one who dislikes
Corvus?
this deal, so do it.
Okay.
Okay. He will basically wait for you to make the copy. As you're making the copy, he'll look towards
Will he
Probably
like look over my
Zenius.
shoulder the entire time while I make
No.
the copy?
I will
I'm
be.
gonna make the copy intentionally imprecise
Okay. Make an
and
Arcana
get some
check.
stuff wrong.
Do I notice this? Because
Why do I always roll like 5 or lower when I do a
You can roll an Arcana check, Blake, but it's a pretty niche thing to to figure it out.
I see.
Yeah, you got no clue.
No, I'm definitely doing
Um,
my best here, guys. I swear.
Yeah, as Corvus begins to do that, the one-eyed Athnoine will look towards you, Zednius, and say, "So, you and your compatriot wish to go to Golgotha, or the Holy City?"
Golgotha. We heard there's someone in the holy city that could give us more information or help us.
There is.
But we don't
There
intend to go there.
You could not go inside anyways. You would remain in the outskirts of the city, and the Remembrancer could be brought to you. If you wish, I can offer you this. One of my warfighters can guide you west of the city. Then he would go into the city proper, find the Remembrancer, bring him back out to you. He could tell you that which you wish, though I'll warn you, he will expect for you to trade information with him. As for Golgotha, I will not send any men there.
What can you tell us of it?
He speaks in common, kind of slowly. It is a place created by the gods to punish the Remembrancers for believing they can understand all things in creation.
Nature of the threats?
The most obvious, of course, are the creatures which patrol it, but for those who spend too long there, they are fools. They walk to their death with smiles on their faces. As for the labyrinth itself, no one has ever entered its bronze doors and returned out alive.
What sort of people have entered? Thieves, bandits, tomb raiders, or adventurers proper?
None of them. None of those would be as foolish. It is fanatics.
Oh, I see.
Fanatics of the Athnoine?
Yes.
What are they intending to prove?
Our faith was rediscovered amongst these sands after humans took away our homeland. We found grave ruins, cataloging the gods of old. We return to their worship and follow their practices, and we know that there are more ruins amongst the sands which tell us how we should behave, and yet we have yet to discover them. There are those who believe Golgotha is another of these, perhaps the greatest of these, a grand challenge, and at its core, the commandments by which we should live our lives.
Those commandments are holy?
Perhaps.
Where do they come from?
The ancestors.
And how do they arrive at them?
They created them.
And how do you know they're not fallible?
You and all other people, all humans, most half-elves, you worship demonic reflections of divinity. But we worship true gods, and their true nature is revealed through acts of worship. They remember the Elven Empire. They have seen things which your youthful demons have never even begged to glimpse. That is how we know their truth.
The people who walk there, who don't get killed by the automatons, something about a smile on their face? Magic of some kind, or?
No. As I said, only the most fanatical go into the Scourge, and only those with a suicidal wish enter Golgotha. They smile because they are lost in fanaticism, not because of magic.
I see. And is there estimated to be items of power, loot, riches that just no one has been able to take? Or
It does not matter. You would never return from it alive. There were bands of hundreds who entered that tomb, never returned. Great warriors who had defeated humans in droves never returned alive. If the dungeon could be escaped by magic, it would have been done. If the dungeon could have been escaped by might of sword or power of character, it would have been done. If you enter those bronze doors, you are dead.
What exactly are these bronze doors? Are they always open, or do they just like close behind you and you can't leave because of that?
How would one know?
I would.
Well, because there might be people who watched somebody else go inside but didn't go inside themselves.
No. As I said, those who reach the precipice are in the depths of fanaticism. The thought of turning around would be worse than suicide.
Surely somebody's done
Apparently
something
it is.
shameful.
If they have not returned to proper society to tell the tale.
I see.
I'll look at the others.
These automata, these guardians that roam, how frequent are they? How many?
Very, and they've only grown more so.
What size of groups do they travel?
There is no consistency. The biggest ever seen was around 100.
It's
How
pure
powerful are they?
randomness. There isn't a.
As I have said, only fanatics go into the Scourge, but we do get reports from them on occasion. They report that Golgotha expands, that the Scourge expands, that steam-belching monoliths have begun to dot the desert, and that these are points of congregation for the automaton, that they march between these like soldiers on patrol.
Have they tried to communicate with the automata?
Yes.
To no avail, I presume.
No, they speak, but they speak in garbled and incoherent phrases, speak of arrests, constables, and the authority of a government which no longer exists.
I see.
This simply be some old dwarven. This is to the rest of the party. That they have some old, dwarven factory reawakened, and it's simply doing what it's supposed to do.
Producing security automata that then fortify themselves to produce more security automata to establish an order that they don't realize is one forgotten and irrelevant. It's quite possible.
If it's a fully automated factory.
Yeah. And if the automata are capable of expanding the factory, the factory must grow.
Well, I'm not going in there.
Why
I don't know
not?
about the rest of you, but why not?
I'm joking. I'm not going in there either.
Oh, okay, all right. That's that's funny.
Nope.
But we can still talk to this diviner.
Remembrancer.
Remembrancer of that. That might be useful, but
What exactly?
I'm not going to the Scourge.
What exactly do the remembrances do? Is this something you're allowed to divulge to us?
It will make more sense when you meet him.
Are there many of them or just one?
There are many. Not amongst my tribe, of course. There are none amongst mine. But amongst the Skatite and the Thenazedians, there are a fair number.
The Thenazedians are the ones in... what's the other one called? The one further north?
Ilithin Dagar,
Dagar, yes.
the second of the holy cities.
And they... I've heard they hate each other. How so?
That is simplistic. But yes, they are rivals.
I assume it's a matter of interpretation of faith.
Not exactly. It is about heralds.
Heralds. What's a herald? Or do you mean a simple messenger?
No, it is about... In our faith, there are 4 gods, and it is believed that thus far there has been 2 official heralds, both agreed upon by the churches, Adenar and Hir-Ar. The Thanazedians believe there to be a 3rd. The Skatites do not believe that.
That makes sense.
But they are not rivals in the human sense. They do not war, they do not spill blood on the sands. That would be a waste when we are faced with extinction.
This might be a rude thing to ask, but do you ever take in humans? When you say you're facing extinction, could you know, otherwise you might risk inbreeding, right? If the civilization is this small.
Your flesh cannot mix with ours.
Oh, I see.
Nor
There's
would we
no-
desire it.
Correct.
To us, you are... dogs.
Incredibly rude.
Are you done transcribing the glyph?
Oh no, am I?
You guys have been yapping for a
We have-
while.
We have, or at least I have heard tales from Epar. Is that it? How many years ago was that now, Alex?
7 or 8.
That recent? Oh, Jesus, fuck. Oh, I forgot that was so early.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. So is the lore of the Delian League caught up now?
Not only caught up, it's ahead because you guys are in 1281 now.
Like, but it's you've actually written the lore out, or had it happen to this point, so I can
Certainly.
ask questions.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, sick. What news has trickled down to Mithdosica?
General Delian League notes are that the West is ruled by the Kingdom of Mogatha. The Delian League is in a state of war against its own colonies in a really complex thing. The Athnoin are in open warfare in the north as well, in the colonies. A group called the Crimson Brotherhood is leading the charge and slaughtering humans by the droves, like entire farmsteads, entire villages, etc., etc. But in the League, it's generally relatively peaceful. I mean, they are fighting that overseas war, but they're not going through the desert. They're taking boats, so it's a pretty low intensity conflict.
Oh, okay. I hear involvement of, and the Crimson Brotherhood is Athnoin, right?
It is indeed.
Yeah, that's right. I'm getting re-caught up on this. I hear involvement of your people in the war in the north, with the colonies.
Yeah, he just looks at you.
So what's your conflict with the mage in the city?
He just looks at you.
You said we're already involved. We're scribing your glyphs, so you might as well tell us what we got involved in.
It's no conflict.
So what
Did
is
we
it?
learn that he was the former Archmagus of Apar?
Yeah, I just don't think it really, for everyone else in the party, they don't have any of the context, so that doesn't mean anything to them.
Yeah, but old conflict, city he came from.
I mean, yeah, you would know that. It's just, again, they have literally no half the party members don't even know what the fucking Apar is, so that to me, that means nothing.
I can still ask.
I mean, you speak Delian. You're familiar with the Delian League. You fought in the Delian League when you were in the you were in some raiding force, I think. I mean, there's a reason why you speak Delian. I just don't remember what it is. Yeah.
That from, let's see, he was the Archmagus of Apar, was he not? That from involved with that?
Yes. He is a slaver.
What's a par?
one of the cities taken. I think it's part of the kingdom of the kingdom that rules up there. It was taken by this man named Hergen. Hergen, is that his name?
In the red.
Yes, Hergen the Red, taken from whatever despot ruled it before that.
So
And,
he served
apparently the-
slavers.
He is a slaver.
Ipar was essentially built on slavery.
As is
Ah.
Mithdosica.
It's true, but actually, I don't know if that's true. Does Mithdosica just take slaves equally?
They
For
technically
different
don't actually have
No.
slaves. They only have debt slavery, technically.
I was gonna say.
Technically,
Oh,
there is no
yeah.
slavery in
Indentured
Mithdosica.
servitude.
There is no chattel
I'm,
slavery in Mithdosica, technically.
I'm a realistic person. Easy enough to see that. But and the chattel slaving is non-discriminatory. It's just
The
anyone.
debt slavery of Mithdosica is not race-based, no. It's purely based on debt or being taken in war.
See, this is true. So ours is not a racial bias. It's the
Sure, that
Apar's
gives
was.
great comfort to your slaves.
Probably not.
Every society needs them, no?
No.
Just because you pay them and they think they live a happy life doesn't mean they're not slaves.
I find that those with the most to benefit from the current systems are the most vocal in their defense for abominable states of affairs. You are a mage. You probably hold some standing in Mithdosica. It is no wonder.
No,
you
I
protect
don't. You don't know my name, do you? I'm from a clan that holds no standing in Mithdosica whatsoever.
He rolls his singular eye. Are you done?
Are you?
Bro, what is this?
I'll gesture at the glyph.
I was done minutes ago.
Good. I will take the original then.
Nope, not happening.
Well played.
I'm not giving you the original.
Why?
Because it's mine.
He'll look to the other people in the cave. Is he your leader?
Nope.
We don't have one.
Does he speak for you then?
Nope.
No.
You're not going to give it to him? Oh, this
It's...
is to Corvus. You have a copy, do you not? Can you not
I'll look at them and speak in mythos and say, you really want to give them a incredibly powerful magical state secret?
You really care that these people have one and that we also have multiple copies in the capital?
Yeah, you have dozens back in the capital.
Yes,
There's
but
zero reason to care about that. You could literally go into the library and grab another copy for free.
no, I'm not. I'll say in mythos still. I don't care that I don't have one. I care that they have one.
If it comes to pass that we fight these people in the future, we will have a way of dealing with it.
There's zero reason why we shouldn't be concerned about them having a copy of this.
I worry about the problem now, not the problem
Why should we
later,
not
and
be concerned about them having incredibly powerful magic? What?
The problem now is us defeating the Beast of Atlia, and you giving it to them brings us closer. This is a later problem. If a later problem at all.
Okay, I'll say, okay. Let me just...
I assume this is still Mythos, right?
I'll say in
Yes.
comment.
Okay, I've been
but
assuming all
looking
of
back
this. Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking back at the Athnuin and the same comment. Let me just confer with my boss real quick.
He nods.
And then I'll cast Ascending to Kato.
Okay.
And I'll ask him, an Athnuin tribe that might or might not be involved in the rebellion is asking for us for the entire glyph wards as payments
Me when I
for
lie.
potential information. Should we give it to them?
That's a lot
It's
of
just
words.
sorry from Kato's perspective. No, it is under. It's just it's really funny because like from Kato's perspective, you guys are like, oh, we're gonna go to the Dalian League, check things out, and then like 3 days later he gets, or like I guess a week and a half later he gets a message. Okay, so there's this Athnuin tribe. It's just like so disconnected to what he was expecting to hear from you. I mean, yeah. He'll respond. Good to hear from you, Corvus. If you think that it is best, I give you permission. But operate in a way that does the Emperor proud.
Oh.
Kills Athaween.
I was gonna say, it would make I've made him so proud if I just murder these guys now.
The Empire has never had a single conflict in its entire history with the Athnuin.
Yeah, but they're not, mythos, so.
You're not
What
wrong.
about the
They're
what
not
about the
Mythosians.
Delian?
What about the
They can be
Delians?
converted.
Are the Delian leagues like allied to us?
No, they are not. You guys have actually fought naval wars against them before.
Oh fuck it, I'll just give them the
Yeah,
originals.
I fought up here.
I give them
Okay.
the originals and I'll burn the copies I made.
Yeah. You produce the originals. He doesn't take them personally. He hands them to one of the Athnuin waiting in the entry to the cave. And then he'll fully stand to his full height. His head's like scraping against the top of the cave, and he'll look around and say, Dinindir. He says this all in common for your benefit. Dinindir, you will guide them to Illithing Girth and have them meet with Tinu. Don't follow them to Golgotha, though. It is not worth it. And then he'll leave.
Granny will wave goodbye.
He'll wave at you back.
Oh, nice.
And Dinindir will pull himself up by his spear and say, do you need sleep?
Yes.
Yes.
Then sleep. It'll be a 2-day walk.
Well,
Oh, we're not going back to the city to grab some supplies? Okay.
We'll survive.
How many rations did you bring, Maximus?
I brought 10. I've eaten one, and if Granny wanted,
I have,
one to her.
I have 30 in my pack, so we'll be okay.
You'll be fine.
Oh, yeah,
Think we'll be good.
Also, he didn't bring
I'll
any
leave the
rations with him, and he seemed fine, so he clearly has
So
some
he's doing
method
a
of...
lot of drugs, okay?
I'll offer him some of my
I'll,
rations.
He'll decline. He's
I'll
doing a
look
lot
at
of
him.
drugs.
Just gonna say, I'll look at him and say, are you sure? They can't be healthy to just not eat at all.
I will be eating.
When?
He's gonna go hunting.
There is food in the desert.
There is?
Okay.
The rest of your compatriots are planning on sleeping, so I was going to spend this morning hunting. If you'd like, you could join.
I think I need some sleep. Although
Then
I'm
sleep.
highly interested. Right, I'll
And-
sleep.
He'll leave the cave. And,
I'll tell my familiar to wake us up if anyone tries to do some wacky shit.
Sure. Your guys' circadian rhythm is all sorts of fucked, but yeah, Maximus.
Granny, did you want a ration?
Nod her head, yeah.
All right. Zednius, you can just add 8 rations permanently to the bag. I'll just actually leave those in there.
Okay.
All right.
All right,
Just have all the
so
rations there, and then honk me.
yeah,
What's
you
the
guys all
temperature
get
in
a
the
short
bag?
rest if needed. Again, your circadian rhythm gets a bit fucked because you're going to be walking at night for the next 2 days. That seems to be the time that Dinindir prefers to move across the desert. He never explains why. If you ask him, he'll just say it's the way of the desert. That's his full explanation. And he typically spends the late evening hours / early morning hunting, or more like foraging. He almost never comes back with like a live critter. It's always like nuts, fruits, like a cactus, you know, just random shit that puts calories in the body. And that is going to be your next 2 days. It is miserable. It is hot. It is tiring. It's all sorts of shitty. Also, you know, now we can actually discuss what the Nizar Desert itself is like, because it is alien. None of you have been in a desert before. Tabrash is not a desert. Mithdosica is not a desert. There are no deserts in the world other than the Nizar Desert and the Great Desert over in the west. It is dry. I mean, that is the most obvious thing that you can tell about it, but it's like really, really dry. Like your lips are cracking even as you drink as much water as you can get from local sources and what you brought with you. Dinandir just does not give a fuck. Like, he's not stopping at these wells for long periods. He's not leading you to like oases or anything. He's basically walking in a straight line, which means you have very little water. Your lips are parched and cracked, and you feel a little bit lightheaded sometimes, and he tells you to just keep walking. There is a constant wind blowing across the desert from the coast, which means that it's blowing into your backs, essentially. It carries with it sand, and it gets into your eyes and your ears and your mouth. Your mouth tastes like dust, your ears get clogged, and your eyes cry almost constantly from the small grit getting inside of it. Because while Dinandir has wraps which he can cover up his head with that he has brought with him, none of you have those. And those of you who have things that you can use for it, kind of impromptu, quickly find your clothes covered with dirt and dust and sand. And despite it being January,
prestidigitation.
That's nice. That helps for sure. It doesn't get it out of your eyes, but it certainly gets it off your clothes.
Yeah.
Does the helmet help?
Helmet certainly would help.
Put
Yeah.
that on.
Yeah, for sure.
Right, yeah, I'm just promping with the helmet.
And something that you all begin to realize as you walk across the desert at night is that this was not always a desert. And I mean, it's one of those things where, yeah, you knew that. Like, pre-shattering, the world looked different or whatever. But you see it, like, displayed on the terrain. This has only been a desert for 1,200 years. That is a blink of an eye. And so the terrain of the desert is weird. There's rolling geographic features. There's these giant gorges that would have once been river valleys. There's these plateaus and deltas. There is rolling hills and like occasional massive mounds of sand. It is a land which was once likely all sorts of things: grassland, forest, jungle, all reduced to desert.
What exactly was the shattering?
The world split in half.
Caused by what? Do we know that?
Well, in the Mithdosian faith, it is believed to be a punishment from Aurelian's soul.
Okay. Well, no, we don't.
That's heresy. And blasphemy, I think.
I don't care.
What I directly believe.
Those are heretical thoughts. You shouldn't think them.
Anyway.
Police is here.
You also, at night, your vision's a lot reduced, but you do occasionally spot ruins. Simple things. Nothing like a massive structure, but like a single brick that just like, there just shouldn't be a brick here. Like, we're in the middle of the desert. There's no civilization around here, but that is a straight up brick. Or like a section of paved walkway gently covered by sand. Or as you guys end the second day, Dinandir leads you guys down into this depression. It's like 5-6 feet lower than the rest of the area. It's a floodplain, or at least was once a floodplain. The ground here is definitely sand, but it's like cracked sand. It's not like fine. And here at the center, you see this black stone shape. It almost resembles like a sphere, or like, I guess a hemisphere, because it's the top half of a sphere. And in the side of this black stone shape, which is this kind of like oily, stony, dark black substance, there is a hole that's been like either bored open or just like, it's like a circular opening, like a porthole. And Dinandir will guide you to this hemispherical structure, and he'll gesture inside. It's very spacious. It's like 20 feet across. You will wait here while I progress to Illith and Girth.
Is all of Illith and Girth like this? And I'll point at the structure.
Yes.
Shame we don't get to see it.
If you did, you would have to die.
I'll have to die anyway at some point. I'll just chuckle.
Quickly.
Shame.
Get the fuck in.
The structure is safe and will protect you even if floods come. Only guard
What is
the
it made
entrance. The elves called it Blackstone. At least that's what we believe. Apparently some of the remembrancers know more, but all I know is that no one else can make it. If you touch it, you can feel it's otherworldly.
I'll touch it.
It feels wet.
Is it wet?
You pull your hand away and there's nothing that remains on your hand.
What happens if I, like, put more of my body against it? Is it just all wet feeling?
Yeah.
Is it cold?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, I'm touching it.
Is it is it like perfectly solid, or is it like elastic?
It has it's not translucent, but it does have a glass-like reflectiveness to it.
Is it obsidian?
Certainly not. No obsidian would be able to be formed this perfectly. It looks obsidian-like, but it has this oily sheen over it.
Interesting.
And as the last of you climbs over the lip into the thing, he'll say, I will walk to Girth and back. It should likely take 2 days at the minimum, 7 if there is bad storms.
Can I forage in the area? Forage or hunt?
You can try. I would not recommend it.
So
Nothing to find or something else?
There's much to find, but you will likely poison yourself. Not to mention that if a Skatite patrol spots you, they will kill you on sight, believing you've come to go to the Holy City.
Stay here, then.
I would recommend it.
Okie dokie.
These guys are pretty chill.
This guy is not chill. I assure you.
he's so chill.
No, he has chill energy, though. Maybe, yes, the things he's saying are insane, but he's chill about it. He doesn't like scream. He's just very chill.
He's just a chill guy.
He's just a chill guy.
Hey, should I go do this thing?
Considering his class.
It isn't really a good idea.
Wait, what is his class?
What is the what?
Oh, he's a barbarian.
Yeah, Ninendir is indeed a barbarian.
I thought he'd be like a rogue.
Nope. No. There's a reason he's on like 5 different drugs at a time. Yeah, he will, as the last of you gets inside and starts to pack your things, he'll kind of linger in the doorway. If you hear my voice or anyone else's calling out on the wind, don't go outside.
Should we only...
What? Excuse me?
There are haunted spirits which patrol the Scourge, and very rarely they will glide northward towards Illith and Girth. If you see my personage, you'll be safe, but if you just hear my voice, don't trust it.
Noted.
I think I'm going to live inside this 20-foot bubble for the next... till you get back.
If it rains, collect the water. You'll need it.
Is there a water source within a day's march? Or I suppose
No.
there must be, but... Nope.
Not safe for you. There is one, but it's an oasis used by the Skatite, and if they spot you... If it rains, the chances are this whole valley will fill up to water, and he taps the lip of the Blackstone, like, hemisphere you're within, about to here. If it flash floods, which only happens every few decades, then you all drown. But I think that is very unlikely.
Lovely. So glad we came here.
I will be back. And he leaves.
All right. How much water do we have?
You, luckily, so again, his foraging mixed with what you brought with you is factored into the rations. You're going to be fine, even if he's gone for 7 days.
Ah, okay. All right, cool.
Thank God.
So,
were you ever read the stories about the Scourge when you were a kid?
You asked me that?
Yeah.
We growing up in the orphanage, the nuns would tell us a couple stories if we were misbehaving of, the things in the Scourge were going to come and get you, but nothing much beyond that.
Isn't it exciting, though? The chance to kill one?
Absolutely not. Not after hearing what I've heard. Spirits and automatons that self-reproduce and a door that no one who goes in it comes out of.
But imagine if you were
Doesn't
able
it-
to stand above one.
If someone tells me that 100 or more men went into a place and were never ever heard from again, I'm not going anywhere near that place.
Well,
If
the
the
guy who told
Emperor,
us seems to be a religious fanatic, though.
if the Emperor wishes me to go in there, the Emperor will come and tell me himself. Short of that, I'm not going in there.
Hmm.
Fair.
So, you guys sleep, and without Denendir to be like a slave driver, you actually kind of get back into your normal sleep pattern. Like, you guys sleep in the early evening, you wake up in the morning. It is the first day that you're here in this little shack, and my question is, what are you doing? You have, like, basically the entire day to yourselves, probably the next day after that, and the next day after that, and you are in a 20 foot by 20 foot, like almost like bathysphere, like it's a semicircle, hemisphere, but it clearly like goes into the ground. So you're just in, like, this blackstone sphere with a single entrance that has like a 2 foot high lip on it. I mean, that's a very weird circumstance to be in. How are we passing the time?
Grania, do you mind teaching me some sign language while we're here?
How long has it been since we last rested?
Since you long rested or short rested?
A lot short rested. Is this 2 days into our trip, or how long is this?
Yeah. This is the second day, but then you got a full night's sleep. So last night you got like a full 8 hours.
Okay. Yeah, she'll teach them.
Yeah, excellent.
So you're practicing sign language.
That.
Does Corvus have a chessboard?
Nope.
You got like
And
rocks.
I'll be using my time to study. Also, Arcane Recovery.
Would Xenius like to play with some rocks?
What are we
Jesus.
playing?
The floor.
Anyone
play
have
games.
anything wood on them?
The what?
What is my ladder made of?
Probably wood, I would imagine.
I have a ladder in my bag.
Yeah, it's probably made out of wood.
Oh, all right. So if when Grania gets, like, when she's not teaching me, I'll carve some very crude dice out of the wood.
Holy
like
moly, we
carvage
can
top.
play knuckle bones.
Carve some dice.
Yo.
This is a classic.
Okay, so we got dice, we got a rock like chessboard, and we have Corvus over in the corner with his spell research. Oh man. All right, let me record
We
something.
go to the bathroom outside, right?
Yeah, I would imagine so.
I would hope so.
I would also hope so.
We can also play I'm Thinking of a Thing. Let's go!
Infinite questions,
Infinite questions!
That's fucking
For me, it's
sick,
just like,
dude.
I'm thinking of a thing. Everyone's like, the Holy Emperor Aurelian
You're like,
Sol.
no,
He's
not
yeah,
again! Oh,
You're so good at this.
Aurelian Ball's soul. for
that
the
is
fifth
really
time.
funny. Well, then on the first day at around 3 p.m., a little vignette. Corvus, you get up to go poop. You set down your various things, you head outside. A corner has already been selected by, I mean, not so much a corner, just a section of dirt has already been selected by Maximus. There are little like piles of dirt there, like their graves for poop. And you start to scoop out a bit of sand for yourself. Yeah. And just as you're about to release the Emperor's burden onto the sand, you realize that the hair on the back of your neck is ever so slightly standing up.
What the worst time possible to be like caught by something.
Okay. I'll pull up my pants and look around.
Yeah, roll a perception check. By the way, Yogi, there's a very loud background noise.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, not sure what it is, but
It's probably my computer, like, fucking overheating.
that's crazy.
Bro, I thought it was like
God.
a TV or something.
I
Was
did
it a bell?
too. It's like, I don't know. It's gone now. Bizarre. Anyways, Hecko, yeah, you look around this like floodplain. I mean, it's a flat floodplain. Like this is an old riverbed. There's nowhere to hide. Like there's little teeny rocks. That's it. You see nothing.
It would be like that.
But your hair on that back of your neck is still on end. This wasn't like a temporary thing. They're still standing straight up.
Spirits.
I'm gonna, yeah. I'm just gonna do my business.
Okay. Yeah. You do your business. You unleash the Emperor's gift, and as you're cleaning up after yourself, you look around and you notice 7-8 inches in front of you a little rock wobbling side to side.
Kill it.
I'll have my familiar go land next to it and then peck at it.
It pecks the rock, and the rock stops animating. It just goes back dead on the sand.
I'm gonna walk back into the enclosure, I suppose.
Yeah. You see Grania and Grania and Maximus are playing a dice game. Zednius looks really like he's furrowing his brow as him and Primius play a chess game.
Okay.
You return to your studies.
Zednius,
Yo,
how short can I cut your ladder?
I don't know how big is it now?
Well, he cut off like a tiny little, like enough for a piece of dice, so it's still like 10 feet long. It's a big ass ladder.
Can I make enough die to play liar's dice?
Yeah, I mean, 6, 6, 6, 6. I mean, because it's everyone but Corvus, because Corvus is a killjoy. So yeah, 24 dice. Yeah, that's easy.
Yo,
Oh, yeah,
I could play some
I'll do
liars
that in
dice.
between too.
Are you gonna make?
Yeah,
Okay, the question is, are you gonna make some of them weighted or not? Like
I don't even know
intentionally?
if
I
he
don't
has
even
that
know
power.
how I would. I don't know how I would even manage that. They're probably so poorly weighted that some of them just do that.
I mean, yeah, they're
anyway,
all going to be weighted
accidentally.
accidentally, but not on purpose.
Yeah, like,
I was just thinking it's like
Um,
so funny if you accidentally make some sort of cheat dice.
Yeah. But
maybe
yeah,
that's the world's worst G die.
that evening, you guys all enjoy a fine feast of rations. It feels like you're back out on the plains again. -5 rations from Yogi's sheet.
Nope.
And Maximus, not because of like shifts or whatever, you just happen to stay up a little bit longer. Corvus is over in his corner. Zednius and Grania and Primius are all asleep, and you're kind of starting to fade out. You're just kind of listening to the wind, and you look up and you see a humanoid figure in the doorway.
I freeze.
The figure doesn't move.
There's something I can. We'll just start off with. Who goes there?
Corvus, you're still awake, and you just hear Maximus like talking to nothing.
I'll look over to where he's looking.
Yeah, there's
Do I
a
see anything there?
humanoid figure in the doorway.
I'll grab my
Citadel?
javelin or my lance. Sorry that I
Yeah.
had to awkwardly get in here. It's 12 feet long. Am I close
Yeah.
enough to try and poke it
Yeah.
from where I'm sitting?
You think that's a good idea?
I'll what's it gonna do?
What if it's Denadol? Is that you?
Poking it with a 12-foot sharp object, and he said this thing would protect us. I'll look back. Is it still there?
When you stabbed it, the whole thing disappeared like smoke, and it just returned to normal nighttime desert.
Nothing to worry about at all.
Yeah.
Smile, smile, smile.
Hey, there you go. We should probably keep someone on watch, though, just in case from here on out. Poking duty, as it were.
Sure. Maximus, eventually you drift
Hold
off.
on.
Corvus is going to be staying awake anyways, so...
Well, is he gonna be?
Well, he can just
embracing
rotate his
it?
research setup to face the door, so even out of the corner of his vision, he would see if anything was trying to get
Also,
inside.
familiar.
Yeah, true. Yeah. So,
Say
Corvus,
so.
it's midnight. Everyone else is asleep. You're working, and you're finally starting to be able to marry the theories of the trans-planar subcircle with the overall idea of a binding circle. You're still testing the hypothesis to see if it'll work out. I mean, you don't have access to the original wards, but even as you're trying to work on your spell, you can't help but think about the wards. It's like living rent-free in your head. And as you're doing all of this, you hear your mother's voice whisper, "Corvus." Sounds like she's right in your ear.
I'll probably like turn around rapidly, like.
The dome is empty, other than your compatriots.
Just why not? I'm gonna ritual cast detect magic.
Yeah. As you cast the ritual, no more voice comes. And as the detect magic finishes, you kind of are a bit confused at first, because at first you think there's nothing magical in the room, which doesn't make any sense because all of your compatriots have magical things on them. And then you look at the walls. This blackstone is like it's like a Vanta black. It's like a black hole. Like it basically obscures. It is so dark. Like it is so absent of magic. Even like plants have an innate magical signature. Every human alive has this like innate magical signature to them. This has nothing. Literally nothing. There is not an ounce of magic from it. And
Antimatter, pog.
as you like kind of try to look around the room, any magic that would be inside is practically obscured by the overpowering nothingness of the dome you're within.
That's probably why it's safe in here.
It's also fucking terrifying. Okay, this material. Can I like with like a knife or something like chip off a little?
Yeah, you grab your knife and walk over to the black stone. You try to scratch it, and the tip of your knife breaks off.
God damn it.
We spent a while with the whetstone at that one.
Make me an Arcana check.
Finally,
Yeah, this is pretty good. This is actually Kino lore. 7 years ago, an object of immense value was discovered in a place called the Voskis Range, called a lodestone.
Uh-oh.
And in the time since, lodestones have entered the popular consciousness of wizards all across the world because of their immense magical potential. These are typically black stone obelisks covered in golden script, believed to be written by the elves, which contain such potent magic that Ninth Circle is an insufficient description for them. You hadn't really put two and two together because you've never seen a lodestone. No one in Mythdosia has seen a lodestone, as far as you know. And there's not much actual arcane research on them. Again, the lodestones spotted in the West were never found by anyone who wrote stories on them. Because if you have that much magic, you don't go yapping about it. However, just the thought of that initial description, black stone, gold script, elvish, I think is enough to make you look around this room. And if this was used as a material component in some of the most potent magical elven magic available, it's probably old. This is not only an elvish ruin, it was probably used for something very specific, which is just entirely lost to you. They wouldn't have, this much magical material components just sitting in the middle of a desert. If it even was a desert back then.
Okay.
That's what game that was.
Huh?
Sorry.
He's going through his own memory because he played in some of these campaigns I'm talking about.
I was trying to remember where we encountered that boob with who just found a lodestone and became a 20th level wizard.
Yeah, Job game.
Yeah, that ended up.
So many games.
I got there eventually.
5 years of games. Actually, no, longer than that. Anyways, I think that's your hypothesis. Is this is a core material piece of elven magic. Lodestone. Or if it's not lodestone, it's something related to it. Like this plus something else equal lodestone.
Start recording, Buster Scruggs.
What does that mean?
It means start writing this shit down.
Oh.
Because you'd like it.
Whatever you want it to mean.
Okay.
I'd like to like take a part of it, but I don't know how to. Does it have like silence of wear from the outside at all?
No. The lip into the room, which is like a hard surface, like a hard cut, it's completely crisp, like it was cut yesterday.
Any chance I could take the whole thing?
Well, it's about 40 feet by 40 feet. It's about 30 feet tall, which means it
Just
probably
say
goes
no.
30 feet beneath you.
That's
So
enough.
let's do some weight calculations.
No, I think we don't need to actually. I think I was smoking crack.
Well, you
Doing
do a pipe
cocaine,
weight.
mayhap.
Maybe. Then I left.
It's medicine, okay?
Yeah, it helped with my
Yeah, so is
studies. Okay,
cocaine, but
it fueled my studies.
Yeah, the
What
real
can I get
answer
more?
is cocaine is also medicine. All right. You go back to sleep.
Exactly.
No more weird shit
That's what I told
happens.
the police.
And the next day, you guys return to this routine. It's boring. I mean, yeah.
Corvus, do you relay any of your findings about how hard it is to the party
What
at
it
large?
is?
How hard the material is?
I'll say. I'll say next morning when Maximus is awake. I'll say. This material, I tried to chip off some of them with my knife to bring back for further research, but my knife broke. Do you think you can cut it with your mithril sword or whatever?
You look to Maximus's hip and see a mithril warhammer slung in the loop.
I mean, well, would probably work, but I feel like people would be real mad if you did that.
What kind of dagger do you have? Is it steel or iron?
It wasn't a dagger. It was like an eating knife.
Oh. No wonder you
Just-
broke it. Let me see here. Oh, this will be interesting. I'll grab the lance and stand as close to a wall as I can get with it pointing at the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it pushes
repeat
like
it.
you
Please.
stab sideways and it basically like knocks you backwards. No dent or damage is left.
I'll look at my lance tip.
It's a little bit crumpled.
Oh no.
I know what I'm going to be doing for the next 4 hours.
Re-tips your lance.
If
Tips your tip.
Mithril can't break it, I
Why
don't.
would you say that, Alex?
Alex, is adamantine a thing?
It is, but
Valorant?
it's not stronger than mithril.
Oh, okay.
Your options are red metal, elven.
Wait, is red metal stronger than mithril?
Yeah, it's a +2.
Like it's harder.
Yeah.
Metal is my
Dinandir's
flame
spear might do it. Yeah, that was red metal, right? Or was that
The tip
red
was.
something or other? Alex,
That was red iron, though.
Whose spear?
Dinandir.
Did it all?
Yeah. Dinandir spear is a red metal tipped spear.
Dinandir's spear might do it. Other than that, something
Alex,
made
what
by
kind
the
of tip
elves
does
themselves.
Sunspirit have?
What kind of what?
What kind of metal is Sunspirit made of?
I think it's just steel. It's just enchanted.
Is it? Wow.
I think so. I think it's just a normal sword. It's just enchanted. Maybe it's silver or something. I think it's just a normal weapon, though. It's just the enchantments that make it crazoy.
Primius,
Hmm?
your sword any harder than normal swords because of the enchantments? Like physically harder?
I just know it's a silvery blade, and then my father got it before he was killed.
Way to bring the mood down.
You didn't. Wow, my bad. I was.
Oh, then my
I don't
father
feel
got
bad
killed,
at all.
bruh.
I don't feel bad at all.
That's really funny.
I don't feel bad
Killed
either.
the mood.
I thought it was
Like
Oh, yeah,
record
yeah.
scratch noise.
Sounds like only
Um,
Corvus's mood is killed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
His sword might do it. I don't know how magical enchantments work with this kind of stuff, but
Alex, do I
Mithril
recall
don't
where
cut
he
it.
said he got it from when he gave it to me?
He killed someone and took it from them.
Oh yeah, he
Ah.
killed someone.
Mithdosian way.
That is the most honorable way to get something. What are you going to do? Inherit it? That's fucking pussy shit, bro. We're Mithdosians.
who
we
would do
take
that?
shit.
Yeah, who would inherit something?
Yeah, imagine
That's-
inheriting a
something wrong
sword
with
from like a
fucking
father or
Muradiona.
something. Yeah, you're supposed to kill the
Yeah.
person.
Look them in the eyes while you do it.
Exactly.
The only thing I have that was written down is the origin of it is unknown to me.
Yeah, that is true. All you know is he took it from someone. You have no idea where it's from.
Well, if you want to maybe spend a few hours sharpening it, you could try and cut this stuff with it, but I doubt it's going to work.
Hakon, can I cast Identify on this, like, spherical building thing?
You may.
I'm gonna try that.
While Prometheus works up the courage to slam his family heirloom against this fucking rock.
I would not
Yeah,
recommend.
I'm not gonna do that.
That's a good.
You
that's a good
cast
call.
Identify. And Corvus, I'm going to describe it very specifically. So Identify takes a minute to cast, right? Champ?
That's correct.
Okay, so
Well,
at the end of the minute...
Not 10, because I'm ritual casting.
Oh, sure. Okay, so 10 minutes later, you watch as... Normally, the way it works is you touch the object, your eyes, your fingers, basically all your senses kind of just absorb this information. Like it absorbs into your thoughts. What happens now is you watch as the magic travels down your hand, touches the object, and then you watch as the magic flows into the object and just never comes back.
What? I'm gonna try casting like a prestidigitation to create like a small illusionary glyph on top of the surface on it.
Yeah, the glyph appears for a moment and then is absorbed into it.
Did we see that?
Yeah, very visibly.
I'm gonna be outside for doing some experiments. See you guys.
Outside?
Corvus, before you
do it
before you
inside.
go out, can you tell me a little bit about what you can get from the origins of my blade?
I don't know much about the history of magic items, because you know that's not really something we know much about in Mythosia, but I could try. I'll also cast Identify because might as well.
Yeah, I mean, Identify is just going to tell you the material features of it, and he already knows
Yeah,
all
maybe
those.
it can tell me like a little bit about like subtleties about how the enchantment works or something.
Nope. Because someone already cast an Identify on it. That's how like they figured out what it did originally. It wasn't like his dad was just swinging his sword at random people to test it. He had it identified by a
Oh my god, it's
arcanist.
5% better, guys.
Yeah, he had it identified by an arcanist, and the arcanist told him, "Oh, you can set it on fire if you say the command word." He's like, "Oh, that's fucking great, awesome. I hope I don't die one day, so my kid has to inherit my legacy and then pledge a vengeance against my arch foe." And then he died.
That's so unlucky, really.
So yeah, I mean, it's already been identified. There's not much else to glean from it on that front, unfortunately.
Yeah, so what can I tell if it's like, what does it look like? Can I tell
Yeah,
anything
so
historically?
this is like a metallurgy check, so I don't know, just like general intelligence.
No history?
This is not a history check.
No history?
It's just not a history check.
Yeah, well,
God, why is
you
there
just
like
did it
no
from
general like, are you a smart guy type check?
There is, it's
Why
called
is it always
intelligence.
like religion, history?
But give me
Like,
more
why-
of a bonus.
You already have like a +4 to intelligence, bro.
It's +5 actually.
Okay, well, fucking check. Yeah, I mean, you can identify what most other wizards could identify, which is it is a silvery material, probably enchanted within the last millennium, because its glyphs are all very easily readable, like by any wizard. Its glyphs are not actually visible, like they don't glow. You can only detect them with Identify, but once you identify it, they kind of glow a little bit. So it's made by a semi-modern wizard, modern syntax. Your guess would be maybe like ancient Tabrashian, maybe? I don't know. I mean, it's just, you know, it's tough to say.
That's all I'll say. Ballparking this at Tabrashian? Don't think it's
That's how I'd have
Elven.
done it.
That's how I'd have done it, yeah.
The only heirlooms I got are stolen. That's how it's done, baby.
That's how you're supposed to get them. What else are you gonna do? Make them yourself?
Way.
Yeah, why the fuck would I do that?
Literally, actually. Just go steal some other person's family heirloom by killing them. So you wanted to do some tests on the orb?
I'm gonna go outside.
Didn't he say not to go outside?
Yeah.
Did he?
Well, no, he didn't say that. You guys
Well-
interpreted that based on his instructions.
Well, I'm gonna go outside and I'm gonna throw a flame bolt at it.
Okay. The flame bolt gets absorbed into the structure before, like, it doesn't splash out or whatever. It just passes into it like it's hitting, like, a surface of water, and it's just, like, going beneath it.
Next, I'm gonna cast Identify on, like... Can I cast Identify? Can you cast... no, I don't know. Light. Can you cast light on people? No, it's an object.
You can cast
So
it
I
on
can't cast it on,
objects.
like, my fingertip or something sad.
Sad.
I want you to cast command on it and tell the orb to stop because it's being mean.
We all get eaten by spirits that night.
That's true.
Identify. No, sorry. Light. And then we might be able to find out. I'll come back to you.
Okay. Well, it's later in the evening. You guys are eating your evening rations, your gruel, if you will. Minus 1 ration, or minus 5 rations from Yogi. You've gotten very bored of dice and chess. You pray to fucking God that he comes back today. And as you pray for that, 2 figures fill the door and then step over the threshold. Denendir kind of leans against his spear, and he's joined by an Athenween that looks unlike any other you've ever seen. He has white hair, a sharp pointed goatee. He has like short scrabbly hair that's like cut almost down to the black skin. From neck down, he's entirely enveloped in robes of brown, white, and blue that all kind of like flow together. And there's an eye motif covering almost every inch of cloth, like eyes all over the place. His painted onto his skin are arcane glyphs. They very much resemble like a spellbook tattooed onto skin. And he will smile and kind of nod to the lot of you and say in Cymbalin, "My name is Tinu."
Well, Xenius?
I think your reply was a booming, distant laughter.
Yeah, he's talking to his wife.
Bottom text.
Speak Delian or Common?
He'll look at Denendir, and Denendir will serve as translator.
Oh, are we looking for someone that speaks Symbol? I'm back.
Yep.
That
Indeed.
one right there.
Cymbalin speaker. The remembrancer has arrived, and he's introduced himself as Tinu.
I'll look at Zednius. Can we
Yeah,
have him
I'll tell him.
translate
Oh, is there something specific you want to say? I was just going to greet him like, hello, nice to meet you.
No, I was going to say something, but it doesn't matter. Go on.
What, Timu? What's his name? Sorry, it's not
Tinu.
Timu. There's no Tinu.
It's where we get shitty products from.
Denendir said that you wish to know about Golgotha.
Yes, we do.
He walks forward and sits down, and Denendir reaches into the guy's satchel and starts to produce teacups and setting up like a whole little Athenween tea service.
Oh god, they're gonna do all the fucking drugs again.
And he will look at primarily Zednius, since he's the only one that's spoken in Cymbalin, and he'll say, "Well, I am a remembrancer of the Third Order of the Skatite tribe, and I have been told by my colleagues in the Brotherhood to share information with you, though I will let you know that every story I share with you, I will respect a story in turn."
Okay.
That's how it works.
Is there? Hold on, I have an idea. Because I don't want to necessarily play translator. Would none of my companions here can understand our tongue? Would you mind if I cast a spell on you so that everyone could understand you and you could understand everyone?
I would not.
You would not mind it?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna cast tongues on him just so we can all fucking talk to him.
Summon
Denandir briefly holds onto his sword as you spear as you cast the spell, and when nothing happens, he returns to setting up the tea service. Tinu, for his part, just begins to stroke his pointed goatee.
He can understand us now?
He looks at you, Maximus. I can.
Incredible.
He says for every story, since I hadn't translated him yet, he wants a story for every story he tells us.
This is fair.
All right.
Seems fine. Depends, I guess. What type of stories are you after? I guess I'm just curious.
Oh my goodness.
The knowledge of the Nazar Desert is limited. We have much in the way of elven lore in the ancient past, but much of the present is unknown. Denandir said you were Mithdosian. I know very little. I do not even know the god that those eyes of yours represent, and he points towards Premius. I would hear tales of your people, so that they may be added to the Great Archive.
Sounds noble enough.
I see. All right.
If you have any tales of elder days, those are especially valued, and those involving elves.
I don't know if we know any that you wouldn't know.
What about
No, we've got like
Elfsbane?
Pelennor Elfsbane. Yeah, we've
I
got.
was gonna
some-
say Pelennor
some
Elfsbane,
hitters.
boys. I'm sure you'll love that one.
He looks at Nicholas and Corvus, who both start talking about Elfsbane, and clearly, based on that expression, he's not heard that one before.
He's a herald from our.
Well, save your
Is he a
story
herald?
for
What is
once
he?
I've given you one of
course.
mine.
Oh, of course.
We seek knowledge about Bronze Dragon. What was the name?
Lemadon?
Kovash. The bronze.
So that I do not already repeat information you have learned, do you know of the Draconomicon?
Yes, we have just received it in recent times.
From who, if I may ask?
The Archmagus of the Delian League.
Denandir will glance at him and say, Archlycus Belza, and he'll nod and say, Ah, the thief, I see. Well then, do you know if he recovered the whole scroll or only parts of it?
We haven't received this knowledge, so we do not know if it's the whole or part.
It was pretty short.
It was a
Interesting.
short poem about naming each dragon and each color, and that was it.
Well then, that is very good. He smiles. You see, he, many years ago, decades ago, broke into Illithin Dagar and transcribed many of its treasured possessions before teleporting away. That was one of many things that he took from the vault, but it sounds as if he did not acquire its whole contents. I must admit, as a scholar of the Third Order, I have not yet committed to memory the entire archive, but I have a number of its tomes committed to memory. Among those is the full-length Draconomicon. But if it's bronze dragons in particular that you seek, I think there is a more relevant story I could tell.
Go away.
He clears his throat and sips on some of the tea that Denandir has before him. He uses it to, wet his throat. In the year of broken trees, when the Empire lay fallow, and ants walked over its remains, there was a people of pale flesh and short limbs who inhabited a mountain range with little but dirt and iron. A creature came on to these people. He offered them fire, and bronze, and steel, and the power of the sun, and much more. And he called himself not a god, but a dragon. He said that his great bronze wings would protect them when the passage of time sent them to their doom. And so they came to worship this creature, and so they came to love him, and he gained the title of the Timeless One. This land and its people lie long fallow and forgotten, broken by the passing of years and the deceiver. And so the Timeless One passed into the seas of time, forgotten, as entropy makes all things. And he sips on the tea again.
Would you mind if we ask questions?
You may, but I cannot be certain I can answer them. That poem, it's an excerpt of a poem from not the ancient Elven archives, but from my people's archives. We believe it was recorded around 50 years after the Shattering. It speaks of the state of the world and all of its people.
I see. We do not believe this poem to be entirely accurate. We have reason to believe the Bronze One, so to say, is threatening our land at the moment.
He shrugs.
What would you ask as the story in return?
Your two compatriots seemed emphatic about this elf Spain. Tell me his tale.
Astounding tale.
Pelennor Elf Spain is it's quite a long tale. I guess I'll start at the beginning, and I'll tell him what I know about St. Pelennor Elf Spain.
Yeah, you tell him about the great slayer of elves, the mightiest of the heralds. Yeah.
I got the thing from Aurelian Soul pulled up. I can do a.
It's all right. You know, we only got an hour left, so.
No!
I'm sorry to cuck you. Yeah, you deliver him the tale of Pelennor Elfsbane, and, you know, for those of you in the campaign who don't remember, it's the first of the great prophets of the Aurelian Soul faith. He slaughtered dozens of elves and elven leaders, and eventually was killed at the Battle of St. Cramundi. But he did a real blow to them there elves, during the Golden Age, no less, like during the peak of their empire. And Tinu never interrupts. He just kind of listens. He nods along. He doesn't seem to so much believe these stories that he shares are true, nor does he believe yours is true. But I don't even know how much you guys believe that your story is true. It's a little bit wacky. But he does listen to it throughout, and then he nods at the end, and he continues to sip on the tea provided by Din and Deer, and he says, "That is a grand tale indeed."
Recognize this, and I'll pull out the metal bone chunk, and I'll set it on the ground before him.
It looks... He leans forward and picks it up and kind of spins it around. He squints at its surface. He hands it, he places it back onto the sand between you. I don't say I do.
The monster we're hunting, we believe, or at least we know it to be Bane of this. If you...
I am afraid I don't think I know of this monster. If you don't believe the stories of the Timeless One from the past, that is the closest thing I know.
Do you know anything about the Atlian Mountains?
Only distant whispers. The same poem does contain an excerpt on the mountains themselves, but I'm sure what you know far surpasses anything I could share.
The mountain
What do you know?
that Golgotha reside in. What stories have you of that?
Well, Golgotha is not in the mountains. It is in the desert north of the Serpent Spine Mountains. But But, I mean, we have many stories of the serpent's spine. They are one of the cradles of civilization.
And particularly around the dwarves used to live there, correct? Like maybe still do, but used
Still
to.
do.
Still do. Yeah.
What else would
I don't know. A story of Golgotha itself, then.
Golgotha is not something any true grand stories exist upon. It is sort of a boogeyman of all remembrancers. Many have tried to delve into it and uncover further histories of our people. All have died in the process. It is generally viewed as either a prison devised by the dwarves for some immense evil, or as a blight and a curse upon remembrancers to keep us humble.
See.
Is there a deeper story about Lemedon the Copper?
Lemedon the Copper. Not Lemedon. We do have a copper dragon, but his name is not Lemedon.
You have a copper dragon?
In the stories, yes.
What is the story about him?
The name is Ankiel. I suppose the closest translation would be the tyrant, something like that. Well then. In the days of fallen trees, the land turned to desert, and savanna destroyed the grasses. The prairie dogs cried, and the great bison died. As the desert came into being, and our people huddled beside fires, there came from the skies a great copper beast, Ankiel. Ankiel demanded the magics of the ancients, and he plumbed their ancient depths. He searched for the ritual of eternal midnight, and discovered it within the pearl of an oyster. This magic, in its dark delvings, claimed a tribe, and a tribe, and a score of other tribes. Only with the great tumult was the deceiver and the tyrant sent away, southward, southward, and forever gone.
Fascinating.
That one is from the same poem I spoke of before. It is the year of the broken trees.
In the same poem, they referred... What was the name they gave to Kovash? What, the ancient one?
The timeless one.
The timeless one.
What was the name of the copper one?
Ankiel, the tyrant. I mean, they're sort of the same. Ankiel has connotations of divinity.
Let's see.
When you call him a tyrant, was he a tyrant towards men?
Unclear. The poem says a tribe and a score more tribes, and it says of our people around campfires, which would imply it was in the lands that are Onwebar.
This year of broken trees?
Yes.
The shattering?
50 years after the shattering. That's at least the closest we've been able to date it. It seems as if many of the stanzas are crafted by someone who saw the world before and after.
I see.
How does the story of the tyrant end?
He just goes south. Never seen again.
South
Right
from
before the
this,
mist wall.
you said the land's name?
Onwebar.
Where's
That,
that?
You now call it the Delian League.
Ah.
he went south, you say?
Yes, that is what the story says.
Is there some sort of prophecy connected to these two? at all?
No. None of the, There is a period in which we forgot our gods, During that time, we produced no prophecies.
Earlier, before we met, we started on this journey. We learned of the name of Kovash, and we thought, as a test, we would send a sending spell to him to see if he was truly alive and even a real thing, because to our knowledge and to the rest of the outside world knowledge, only Alakast and Baradad were real.
He laughs at that.
And he responded.
What did he say?
He said that
I do not know
Lamadon-
you. I am dying. Lamadon has killed me. If men still live, I must warn you, reignite the glyphs or doom. What does that mean to you?
I could not say. I do not know this Lemidon, and glyphs could mean far too many things. But it does not surprise me that he exists. The Draconomicon is a very accurate source, and there are skeletons of dragons in this desert, and they are not red or blue.
How do you know when they're just skeletons?
The scales don't rot.
Oh,
Are these locations known?
No.
Character, how has anyone, like, on this side of Valros ever, like, said that dragons have never existed to their knowledge? Because it took us, like, 3 days to learn this.
yeah, like all the research is just actually.
Yeah, but
stupid.
your source at this point is an Athnoween who's on drugs and a random fucking book with no evidence.
Well, and the
Okay.
Dragonomicon isn't like super common,
No,
right?
it's just the Athnoween and one other person who stole it from them. Yeah, and again, you're taking this all at face value because you know that they exist because you have material evidence. If you had no material evidence,
Yeah, but like I feel like the footwork we did was like pretty basic. Anybody could have done this if they've access to sending and some money.
so if they were a 5th level wizard,
But not
infinitely
everyone
wealthy,
knows. I
could
thought
go to the Delian League, could also like has access to physical materials, has the Nate, bro. I think you are way discounting how difficult it would be
yeah,
for a
I
normal
feel like
person.
no one knows Kovash the Bronze. That's not a common thing to know, right?
Yeah. Also, you had again a literal image of these things that convinced you they were real to even investigate this in the first place.
Yeah, that's a point.
there
Also,
a way
other scholars
to-
have found these things. You're talking to one.
Right, but we talked to, like, the so-called leading expert, and he was like,
The one
those are-
in the continent that has none of the things that you found? You're making me lose my mind.
Yes.
well, I guess I'll ask him, is there a way we could see one of these scales?
No.
Is it very hard to find, or?
No, they are within the holy city. You may not enter.
I see.
Could you bring one outside?
No. They are in the archive.
What color are they?
There are a variety of colors.
All of the colors listed in the
There is no red, there is no blue, there is no gold. I believe all the other colors of the Draconomicon are represented. And these bones are ancient. Many of them are in mass graves of elven... what's the... biological observatories.
Biological observatories?
Yes.
Are there elven ruins located near said mass graves?
Of course. Yeah, those are what the observatories are, yes.
Do we know the locations of the ruins?
Absolutely.
Let's see. But I imagine there's no... Like, have people gone in to investigate them?
Yes. The Remembrancer Order, since its founding, has catalogued, I believe, 156 elven ruins across the Nezarene Desert. We have preserved everything.
Can any estimation be made as to what these other types of dragons breathe?
How would we do that?
Ancient knowledge found in the ruins, perhaps?
These were not those types of ruins. They were places for crafting chimeras and new things of flesh.
Ooh.
For around 4 decades, we even believed we'd found the observatory where humans were created, but that theory has since fallen to the wayside.
Where humans were created.
Of course, the elves were the only creature to naturally enter this world, such is the origins of all life.
Do you believe that to be true?
I do. Every fish in the sea, every bird, every monster, every human, all descended from their perfect image.
So, that raises so many more questions. Like, why?
I can share another story with you, the story of the bog dwellers, but I would need to be given another of yours before I continue.
Would you like to hear?
Tell me of your god.
Look at both of them.
Alright, I will, start my, sermon on the origin of Aurelian's soul.
Yeah, once again, even though he very obviously disagrees with your entire worldview on basically everything, and views it, based on what he said, he clearly views all of you as, subordinate life forms to elves, and, all this. He never once interrupts you, he never once, wrinkles his nose. Unclear. That's probably a follow-up question. But yeah, he never really, he doesn't, follow up. He just kind of listens. Listens to the tale of Aurelian's soul, listens to the tale of the god of mankind and his burning fire and his holy halls and everything. And as you finally get to the end, he nods. It is fitting that you told me his origin story, because the story of the bog dwellers is very similar. Amongst the Athnaween, the story we tell for the origins of everything is that in the beginning, there was a great bog. Within this bog was the stench of tar, and practically nothing could survive. Climbing from the muck was a creature. It was squat, with short and ugly limbs, but as it came to the land, it began to lengthen, so that the tips of its fingers reached the base of the trees that survived in the bog. That creature had children, and those children had children. These bog dwellers had nothing other than the bog, but soon they began to learn. They told stories of things they'd never seen, but could still feel existed. In their telling of stories, those stories came to be true. Using these tales, the bog dwellers changed the world. They made great forests and vast deserts, tall mountains and trenches in the great seas. They used their stories to cover up their ugliness and became beautiful. They even used their stories to change their names. They were the elves, and were forever. Their stories grew more elaborate, and some began to tell stories of creatures other than themselves, playthings for them to rule over, craft, and dominate. But in their telling of stories, these former bog dwellers, now masters of the world, were tapping into something deep. A world beyond our own, with creatures far mightier than the elves. In the realm of souls, the elves tapped into words, and words formed stories, and stories have power. It was due to their deep connection to the realm of souls that the elves were capable of sculpting the world around them, and then it spelled their doom.
A while back, I want to say a couple months ago, we met a fae named Tiberius. and he called this place the Boglands, though he never explained why, because he just shrugged his shoulders and said, it's just the Boglands.
It is a fitting name. This Tiberius, where was he from?
Feywild.
Feywild.
We don't know where
He
exactly.
said
Though.
he was from the court of a Fey called the Bear King, an Archfey called the Bear King.
The desert is cut off from the elven woods, so we do not have much of their tales preserved. Only snippets from ancient poems. If he lived long enough to know the elves... Well, if he lived long enough to know the elves, the title makes sense. It was the elves themselves who called Valoros the Boglands.
I think the reason he calls it that is because time works differently there. A year here could be 3 seconds in the Feywild.
He nods. I am afraid that if it is specifically bronze and copper dragons you seek, I have exhausted my bevy of tales.
What do you know
What about
of the arcane?
What about the arcane?
Oh, the
If
misery.
you look at the bone here, well, we would need a microscope of some kind or a lens, but there's a deep arcane latticework across the entire thing.
I'm afraid that that is not my specialty.
They'll nod. They'll look to Corvus.
What do you know of? Do you have any stories about the creation of constructs? Beings
What do you mean?
Beings that are made from metal and magic. Yet are animate. Not unlike the Scourge of Golgotha.
Yes, there are many. Most of them are not ours, though. They come from centuries ago when we met with the Red Mountain Dawi. They believe that in the beginning, the first dwarf was made of metal and had life breathed into it by its creator, which would make sense, as the dwarves too were crafted by the elves.
Do you have stories of necromancy?
It's a very blunt term. What do you mean?
When we
Binding
Undead
a corpse.
dragons.
No. But the ritual of midnight mentioned in the Tale of Lemedon has a more common name. Well, you call him Lemedon, the copper dragon in the tale. He is told to delve and plumb the depths of our ruins, searching for the ritual of midnight. Another thing that is called is the ritual of lichdom.
I was
I-
right.
I can't believe you're
was
fucking right.
I was right. I was right. I was right.
I can't believe it's actually a fucking Draco Lich.
I said 3 sessions ago, I said that's a dragon lich. Motherfuckers. You were like,
Yeah, but I thought you were
Your
smoking.
reasonings were
Giga
unfounded,
crack.
therefore it wasn't correct.
Actually, Harkin
this-
heard your theory and he rewrote the whole
So
campaign.
true.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
true.
He thought it was funny to
Good
just like, okay.
True.
Okay, I have this whole
rewrote,
cool story about it
the
would be
outline of
funny
this
as
campaign
fuck.
that I wrote 2 years ago. I actually pre-watched the entire campaign and rewrote the ending so that it would better fit Blake's idea.
No. It's way easier. You injected the thought of it being you
Oh,
incepted.
true. Yeah.
You
I
incepted
fucking
Blake.
yeah. I Ben and Gesserided him and like fed the idea into his brain. So true.
Hell yeah.
I will say though, he said Lemedon on Keel, whatever you want to call the bronze dragon. Doesn't really matter his name. Sorry, not the bronze, the copper. The copper dragon is the one that he is claiming plumbed the depths for the ritual of midnight, not
It sounds like
The
what he
bronze
wants
one.
to do.
Yeah, so what can you tell us about the ritual of midnight then?
He'll look at you and kind of shrug and say, unfortunately, we have not recovered any evidence of its how to conduct it. We know that the dwarves stole it. Men, you as well, also stole it. But thus far, our searches have not yielded the ritual itself.
Stole it from where? Who had it originally?
Who do you think?
Obviously the elves, but like...
Precisely.
But like, the elves here and...
The elves?
Or like,
Did
where?
Kovash steal it, or
Everywhere.
Lebanon?
The order of events, as with all things, is the elves came into being. They created all that there is. Then, they invented all modern magics, all modern engineering, materials, alloys, even the dwarves, their runesmithing, stolen from the elves. The ritual of midnight was in half a dozen, at least we assume, it was in half a dozen observatories across the Broken Empire, in the west, the east, the north, the south, and so as the remnants of our ancestors were picked clean by scavengers, the ritual was lost for our people. But we have heard tales of, in the west, dwarven liches, centuries and centuries ago, human liches. We know that at least they had it, stolen from archives long forgotten.
At what point did Lebanon get access to it?
I cannot rightfully say that he did. The story does not end that way. The story only says he looked for it, and then he went south.
Does it say where south he went?
You
And
heard
where
my
he looked for it
recitation of the
exactly?
poem.
It's the Delian League, remember?
Yeah, but like, the Delian League isn't that tiny.
The poem, The Year of the Broken Trees, was attempting to combine an entire world's worth of knowledge into an epic poem that could be remembered. It did not include specific details like you may wish. Even the year of the poem was a long and arduous process to reconstruct.
Alex, can you pull up the world map for a moment?
Certainly can.
Thank you. Let's see. If you go... it's way off the... Well, if you go south from the Delian League and you go south along land until there is no more south to go, you wind up in Mithdosica.
Where's the Atlian Mountain specifically?
Marked on the map.
Oh, there
That
it is.
range in the middle. I'll turn to the others. Is there any knowledge of dwarvish or elven ruins in the Atlian Mountains? I may have asked this already, I can't remember.
I feel like there's dwarven, but I don't know for sure.
Maybe. They may have found it there.
When the dragon first appeared, it appeared through a portal of some kind, through a glyph. I wish I could... Does anyone have a way of, like, seeing through my eyes of, or at least my memory of the other side of the portal?
The other side of the portal we went in had like Omega Magic, right? When we were in that basement.
No,
Is
I
that
mean,
the same
like,
portal you're talking about?
when the Dragon Lich first appeared.
We're just calling it a Dragon Lich now.
Yes,
I mean,
we
that's
are,
We're committed
apparently.
To the bit.
I think we've committed to the Draco Lich theory.
To the bit, yeah.
The bit.
It's a bit.
Bit.
It's a bit, guys. I swear. He wouldn't actually do this to us.
Boogie.
Hakon wouldn't. Surely.
If you
He doesn't
say
know
so.
about the other campaign. Omega Lone.
He doesn't know about the
Yeah, the
anti-magic
Great Shadow.
assassin.
Yeah.
The anti-magic invisible assassin.
I'll go find it. Give me
Oh.
a second.
Oh dear.
What Blake's talking about is when you guys watched that recreation by the Ecclesiarch. To be fair, I think only Primia saw that. And then the dragon appeared. All the judges were like, "What the fuck?" And for a brief moment, the portal is open behind him, and you can actually see through the portal into the space behind him. But it's just like stone and darkness. Like there isn't much to get from that.
Somewhere underground, maybe, or in a big fuck off ruin.
Oh, in a cave in the mountains.
Underground, as it
know
were.
it's in the mountain, or
I
it was
guess
in the
that's
mountains the
technically
whole time.
underground, yeah.
Tinu will, sip on his tea and say, "Well, I'm unsure how much else I can assist you. I could take my final story and return to Girth."
I think we still owe you a story, though, don't we?
Yes, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
Take my final story.
Ah. What would you like to hear?
Anything about your people.
Well, I imagine you don't know much of current events.
Should we tell him
No.
about the what's the
Tell him about the war with the son of the dragon, probably.
or tell him about
Alright,
the
tell him the whole
Pax
saga.
Mithdosica. Whatever. What's the thing that happened in the past where like 3 horrible things happened?
Yeah, the end of the Pax Mithdosica. This is the worst fucking year in Imperial history.
You talking about a little genocide that we do?
So
Oh,
true.
Yeah, they're talking about the peasant revolts.
Yeah, oh yeah, the third Boyers revolt. Oh god.
I think
Perhaps
the best
the
thing we could
history-
tell him is the end of the Pax Mithdosica, and our goal is to bring back the Pax Mithdosica.
Or maybe the specifics of the Deadwood campaign.
Tell more about our God King Emperor.
What about
Fuck it. I'm not waiting for these bozos.
what about
I
this
want to
tale
get
of the rageful jester?
That's a good one. That's a great one.
Ooh,
Ooh,
Maximus
that's a good
changed his mind. That is a better one.
So it's not
Yeah.
necessarily of the Mithdosian people.
Hey, that's a good story though.
Yeah, I think let's tell him the tale of the rageful jester.
Alrighty. Well, yeah, you tell him the intrigue, the drama, the research, the fights, the months of hunting and eventually catching and then the world shattering and witnessing fucking archfate. Like it was some crazy shit. And yeah, you regale him with that tale and he nods listening along, and at the very end he will stand up, he'll kind of take his satchel off and give it to Denandir and give a bow and say, "Well, I'm not sure if I can assist you in any other way, so I think
We
I will."
appreciate the assistance you have given us.
Well, let me give you a blessing for the journey. And he'll lower his head and he'll say, "Ash onto ash, sand onto sand. Lives pass into the waiting maw. Only knowledge and sand remain." And then he'll lift his head and leave.
That was so wholesome. Smile.
Perfect explosion.
These guys are wholesome. They're good people. They're good at it.
It's great that you guys aren't Delian, because this would be a really different series of encounters
Oh.
otherwise. We'd be
Oh.
having some very violent torture army. But one way or the other.
What do you mean? We already would have been genociding them if we were Delhi. We wouldn't have even gotten to this point.
Yeah, this guy seems
Hey,
like-
as
I
soon
like
as
these
as soon
guys.
as the son of the dragon goes down, these guys are gonna.
If
Next.
we had been Delian and we did the thing, would Dinandir have just taken us out here and then
He
tortured
probably
us in
would have told
various
us to
ways?
fuck off, right?
No, he would have probably tried to kill us.
Oh, that. Yeah,
He would have
that was
lured us out to that area and then tried to kill us, I would think.
Well, Denandir will hold the satchel on his shoulder and kind of spin his spear about so that he's holding it like a walking stick again, and he'll say, "Well, I'm going back to Belza now. If you'd like, you can join me, or you can continue on to Golgotha on your own."
I'm going with him.
We could just teleport back, Maximus.
We not just teleport all the way back to Mythos?
Yeah.
Did we trust teleport? I thought there was a risk that we would just fucking.
There is a
We still have
tiny,
the
tiny-
temporary.
Yeah, you do have a
Platform
temporary
outside
teleport
Mythos.
circle outside of Mythos. It's true.
So we're not going to Golgotha. anymore.
Y'all gotta
I
get
mean,
Yogi some
like-
XP. That guy's fiending.
Yeah, so am I. But
Find it yourself.
We have to convince half the party that this is a good idea, and they seem pretty dead set.
Well,
on
only
this.
2 of them said no, so if you get Dota on board, then you do have a majority.
I'm good with Golgotha. I don't
Okay,
want to go
you got
into
3 on
the
board.
main. I don't want to go into like the main thing, you know.
We don't need
Oh,
to go
yeah.
in there all the way, but we just need to kill like a small group of automatons and like recover their body.
Yeah,
to
that's kind
study.
of what I was thinking. Not going into it, just like going to the.
Yeah,
stage.
going in is like that's a different campaign.
That's
not
like
us.
a whole
Yeah,
song.
that's.
Yeah, the
that sounds
suicide
like
campaign.
That sounds like a
Hey, guys,
full-on
I know we're
campaign,
on
honestly.
crunch to kill this Dracolich, but what if we explore Golgotha?
Yeah, what if you go into Deadless's Labyrinth for the next 28 sessions?
Hey, how about we go into the Western Valeros?
Yeah,
Guys.
true.
We're getting around that time. We should go to the city state, guys.
See how it's going.
You're just
Just
gonna
like,
go.
check all of the
go south
boxes.
until you find it.
I
But
heard
yeah,
there's
if
a
you ask
portal
Maximus,
to
he'll
another
say,
plane just north of Bjorno.
This
Maximus.
is for the rest of the party.
Yeah. Well, okay, well, Dinadir will speak up and say, if you go 2 days south, you'll be well within Golgothan territory, and then if you just walk west from there, it'll bring you back to Gotaluka.
You didn't, dear. We appreciate your help.
He shrugs, and he'll step out of the hemisphere, and he'll
Don't
leave
want
a small
any
little...
payment?
He glances back. No?
Why are you?
Giga Chad. Giga Chad.
I'm just, wondering. I'm not complaining, but normally people demand payment for doing something like this for us. It's just.
You already gave your payment to the Remembrancer. You paid my chief in information.
I suppose.
He'll reach into his satchel and toss a small baggie onto the sand. I'm not blind enough to think that all humans are evil. You and I are not enemies.
Oh my god. Dude, Corvus, you just got served like raw cock.
What?
What?
Excuse me?
Oh, I get it.
I'm sorry. What?
Dude, he
Is
just
it
like
drugs?
stomped all over you. He's
Never
Okay,
mind.
anyways.
He meant cock.
I don't understand what
Dinadir-
he's
I
saying.
don't either. Dinadir leaves. He goes to the west, and he did toss
He
a
just
little...
did something nice. What do you
Yeah, and he tossed a little baggie into the... Like, not baggie, but like a little satchel. No, little purse. There it is. A little purse into the center of the sand. Of, like, the big dome you're in.
what's in it.
I'm
You
gonna
open it up
guess it's
inside.
Drugs, I would imagine.
It is indeed drugs. It's a brownish powder that you're not familiar with.
Based.
Oh, good.
That's-
Mystery drugs.
Yeah, let's just test it, guys. Just a little taste. What can go wrong?
So true.
Well,
Which
first
one
let's
of you
decide
cast
if we're actually
teleport?
going to the Scourge.
Me?
Guys.
Which one of you can cast teleport?
Me? That's me.
You don't take the drugs.
Aww.
Ain't no
But
party like an
Mom, I
half
really
million
want to.
party.
Isn't he like the only one that would actually take them?
Yep, I don't care. If the drugs kill you
No.
and we have to navigate out of this godforsaken desert without teleport, I'm going to pay every ounce of gold I have left to true resurrect you just to kill you again.
Guide a group out into the desert, give them lethal drugs. No, like, just fucking kill them for no reason.
Giga Chad, Giga Chad,
Giga
Giga
Chad.
I don't know, maybe he overdoses or some shit.
So true. He didn't
Right,
give any
that's-
dosage instructions at all. That is true.
Max,
All right.
in case you've forgotten, I can cast Revivify. You don't need to pay anything.
Oh, good.
Well,
then I
the
can kill him right
Revivify
here.
costs
Perfect.
money.
I have 3 diamonds.
Yeah.
Well, it is late
you
in the
pay
day,
money
so you
for it.
guys are gonna have to sleep it off today. But tomorrow you can begin your journey to Golgotha.
Ugh. All right.
Yippee!
First automaton we see, we're killing it, and then, well, I'm heading west.
Before we...
I would like to go back to what have we initially arrived? Zuri?
Belza.
Zuri is where you initially arrived. You went to Belta later.
Yeah. I think we should leave from there.
Why?
I have some unfinished business there.
What?
family stuff.
No.
Hmm.
You're on a mission from the Holy Emperor Aurelian Sol. That could be handled later.
I'm the guy with teleport.
Don't care.
So we're going on a 1 day the extra way, or you can take the boat for another week.
Whatever. Let's go to sleep and then go into the area that no one ever returns from.
No.
We're
they
not
don't
going
return
that
from
far
it. Yeah.
in.
No, we're not going past the doors.
It's
we're
the
not
doors, yeah.
suicidal. Like actually going
Hmm.
past the doors, that's death. Going to the area, risky,
It's
but
just
you
dangerous,
might be
yeah.
fine.
It's just dangerous. Cheeky.
Whatever.
Anyone
As long
doing
as
the
we don't
mystery
run
drugs?
into like a 100 herd.
True.
Pack.
Yeah.
Wall of force and run the fuck away.
Anyone doing the mystery substance, or are we going sleepy time?
I think we're going
I'd
to sleep
go
time and then
around.
doing the drugs.
Okay.
I'm not gonna do any drugs.
Just get a short rest.
Wait.
Wake up the following
Okay.
morning.
Like, is nobody doing any of the drugs whatsoever?
Sounds like it, yeah.
I'm gonna while like when everybody's going to sleep, when like continue researching, totally smile,
Yeah.
and then I'm gonna like put them in my bag.
Okay, sure. Yeah, you grab the little purse and add it to your inventory.
What's a weigh? Like half a pound? A pound?
No,
That's
nowhere
probably
near
much.
that much.
No, I was gonna say that. I was gonna say a pound of drugs is insane.
think
Actually,
he
never
just-
mind.
It's like 0.001, and it's like a kind of like thick brown, like
Brown.
waxy substance.
Powder,
Heroin.
waxy.
It's
Hog
like saying
heroin, guys.
He gave you uncut heroin.
We're so bad, guys. Let's fucking go.
So, you guys wake up the following morning. Where are we going?
Do we want to try casting? Do we have legend
Wait,
lore material?
we never got a
Did we ever do
compass,
that?
do we?
We don't have the incense for it, no, but if we could get some in any city.
Wait, guys, we never got the compass, did we?
Nope.
One can still tell
Christ.
cardinal directions, can they?
It'd be a survival check, but
I would
yeah,
hope
because
so.
the sun changes position. But also, you're not in like the equator or anything, so you can't like, it's like you don't have the sun moves. Like it's not a perfect. If you just walk directly perpendicular to the sun, you're just gonna be wandering in fucking wacky ass spirals.
That's a good question. Has someone mathematically figured out where on this planet we are?
Yes.
Is the equator near us?
Yeah, I think we
Nope.
know the planet's round, right?
Yeah. The planet is circular. You have a rough estimate on size, and no, this is not the equator. The equator's further north.
What percentage,
What-
you told me this before, is hidden outside of the wall? Like,
Oh,
what
it's
is
a lot.
the
It's
known
like-
Valeros? Compared to-
I can do the quick math. So the diameter of Valeros is about 20,000 miles. And the diameter of the world map you guys have is 2,200. So that's like, I don't know. Someone do. I don't want to do the math on that. The really shitty rough math would be 80%, but it's actually way more than that because Valeros is also like the world map you guys have access to is a tiny sliver of the overall height of the planet as well. So it's like less than like 10%, I think, something like that.
Wait,
Jesus.
so
So much
so
uncovered.
is gravity like halved here? I guess. How does
What the
math
fuck?
work? Well, because isn't the circumference of the Earth like 40,000?
No.
Diameter of the Earth is 12,750 kilometers.
Yeah. Also, I think it
Or
was 20,000.
7,800 miles.
Yeah, I think it was 20,000 kilometers. Let me go check now I gotta go check my cosmology seat. No, let's kill him. Cosmology. Okay. All right, I have the number. Let's go look at it. I actually had the circumference. I was wrong. Circumference of Earth. It is about 5,000 miles less in circumference than Earth. So, there you go.
Now does and
Well,
that would
there's no
mean it's, like
Not necessarily, because it all depends on the density of the object. Let's not get
yeah,
into
but also-
astrophysics right now.
well, also
Yeah.
like
How are we going south, guys?
So we're going south.
It's as big as it needs to be.
All right,
South.
someone make a survival check.
Well, hold on. Whoever wants to make it, I'll give you guidance.
I think I have the best survival, maybe? No, Granny would, wouldn't she?
I got +7.
Holy
that's it.
shit!
Huge.
I have +2.
We're letting the
Take a-
90-pound,
take a
17-year-old
D4.
girl guide the party.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
All right, give her a D4.
Also, give me some
As
drugs.
opposed to a
Also give me some drugs.
What do you mean? No, what drugs?
So true.
we should not have let this 17-year-old do it.
Give me the drugs, Corvus.
do you
If
mean
I
I'll
have
have 'em?
proficiency, can I wombo combo that and do advantage?
Nope.
Shucks.
Okay, he doesn't have the drugs.
Okay. I'll just roll D4.
I threw him in a poop hole yesterday.
Okay, we have 15. We have a 15 on
I'm
survival.
gonna roll an inset on that because that's just ridiculous.
Yeah, that is a pretty crazy thing to say.
Go ahead. Which is my
I'm fairly
deception real
confident
quick.
there. I'm fairly confident there. Yeah, they are not in a poop hole. You have them, but I don't care all that much.
All
I
right,
would
you
like
guys.
the drugs though. No.
You guys walk south throughout the day, and without Din and Deer guiding you, it's so much worse because you're walking during the day, and it's just hot and dry, and you're sweating, and it's just.
We don't have to like run jog, or we don't have to walk.
True,
jog,
you can walk at your normal pace, but that's also bad because you don't have a pace setter, so you guys are kind of like a lot slower when walking without him.
So it'd be like 3 days, 3 or 4.
Distinctly possible.
Can I?
No.
While we're walking, can
Yeah.
I try and like, you know how like when light shines on a watch face, you can make that little concentrated beam of light?
I do.
Does my armor do that?
Not really, because it's like 30 different. I mean, it's like hundreds of facets and faces. Like it's not concave or like it's not in a way that would be focusing light. Just scatters it. But your shield,
Ooh.
that's a different story.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah, a polished mithril shield for sure can do that.
I put the beam on the back of Corvus's head.
Corvus, your hair starts to feel hot, and then it hurts, and then it's hot, and it's getting hotter.
I'll like touch it with my hand.
Yeah, your hand's now hot, but not burning, just hot.
I just turn around.
Yeah, Maximus is pointing a shield, and currently the beam's hitting like your forehead.
Look at him.
Move
Fuck,
it.
man.
I wasn't trying
You
to set your
bored?
hair on fire. A little bit, yeah. Walking's boring. I prefer riding everywhere.
Of course you do.
Well, yeah, why wouldn't I? There's a reason I joined the
What?
cavalry.
Well, you continue south, and after a day of walking, there is no horrible abominations of metal or any crazy shit like that. You end the day bored, and you don't find any other beautiful little perfectly preserved spheres to make camp in, nor any other riverbeds. So are we just sleeping out in the open desert in between two dunes?
Oh shit, spirits. Those are absolutely real. I forgot about those. This was a terrible idea. I hate all of you. Except for you, Grania.
What's a real thing?
The spirits?
Oh, yeah.
Nah, you're tripping.
You saw me poke
smile.
one.
Yeah, you're tripping.
One
going
guy
to
on
poke
5
you.
different drugs
Oh,
said
shit,
be
oh, fuck, oh,
aware,
shit,
and
oh,
he's fucking quaking.
No.
So we make camp?
Yeah.
Okay.
I really wish I had tiny hat.
We set up a little campfire, and quickly Grania Unkshmi's to sleep. Zednius is next, Primius next, Maximus, you kind of stay awake looking at the surrounding dunes, and Corvus, you remain awake as well.
I stay
We
awake
had
for
like
as
shifts
long
for
as I
watch.
For
Yeah,
as
you
long
guys
as
have
I can.
you guys have a shifts for sure, but looking at these wards, Corvus, you're starting to get so tired, like the wards are starting to like bleed together, so you're like, okay, I can't work like this. So you lean back on the sand, and it's like shockingly comfortable. I mean, it kind of like, it's so soft that it kind of like bends to you. It's also like pure, the white sand's like pure white, and You know, you kind of start to drift off, and then you hear in the corner of your ear that you can even feel the warmth of her breath, of your mother speaking.
I'll just like tilt my head. Do I see anything?
You see Maximus looking at the surrounding dunes.
I'll
Maximus,
just
you sound
look at
exactly
him.
like my mom.
You hear that?
What? No.
Okay, just take care.
You lay down, Corvus, and your eyes start to drift shut, and then you feel like a warm hand on your chest, and you hear a voice. Corvus.
I'm just gonna pretend I didn't hear it.
Slowly, even though your eyes are closed, you can't help but feel like a whole being is forming beside you. Slowly, you feel your mom's hand on your chest, kind of like laying beside you. It reminds you of when you were a little kid, and she would lay in your bed and tell you stories of the great clan Viria. And she continues to talk into your ear. Corvus, you need to help me. Everything's fallen apart. I'm going to die.
I'll like pointedly pull my bedroll over my face, like to cover my ears.
Yeah. It muffles the sound as if she were really there, and the hands start to grab your bedroll, and you feel like the whole world is shaking, and you begin to hear her like screaming insistently, "Corvus, please!" And then she screams in agony.
Okay. I'm gonna throw a fire bolt at the source of the sound.
Maximus, you look over and you see Corvus's hand emerge from his bedroll and shoot a firebolt into a whole dune.
Fuck me! Corvus, what the fuck?
Stupid ghost, go away.
Ghost? I look
Spirit
around
ghost
frantically.
thing.
You fucking magic users creating this shit. Why couldn't the elves just wield big clubs and call it there?
I'll go to my
about all
pack
this nonsense.
and I'll go to my pack and I'll take a tiny sip of my water skin, and
Yeah.
I'll take like a tiny dose of the brown powder.
You're eating it?
Do I just watch him?
No, I'm gonna try and to do it like covertly, pretending
Okay,
to like
sure.
drink.
Roll a sleight of hand check.
I'm
I'm
staring
not
right
eating
at
it.
you.
I'm snorting it.
Yeah. Sleight of hand.
Yeah, I'm totally good at these guys.
That's actually really
What
good.
the?
Okay, well, yep. Ethan,
Well,
Maximus,
fucking
you
what
see
if-
him
drink
drink some
well
water.
wasted.
Wait. What if I get a higher nat 20?
Sure.
Well, go for
Roll it, yeah.
It's worth a shot. Okay. Oh, that was the wrong thing, but
Whoa.
Doesn't matter. It's
That
a
is
zero.
not a nat 20.
All right.
Oh, you're
it
missing
doesn't
a
matter.
zero, buddy.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. You just see him drink some water, which makes sense.
Shit.
And you snuff it up your nose, and it does not feel good. But then this kind of like warmth spreads across your body, and you get really tired, and kind of does feel good actually. In fact, you're kind of like euphoric right now.
I'm going to bed.
Yeah. And Maximus,
Cozy
soon
smile on my face.
you're the only one awake, Maximus. And you see a figure on one of the nearby dunes. And you hear this noise. It sounds almost like whistling. It's like a metallic noise followed by whistling.
Uh-oh.
Wake now! Up, all of you.
Yeah, get it.
Yeah,
It's
Like
Prometheus, your
that.
eyes burst open and immediately light completely covers the dune. And Maximus, where there was once a figure, there is now nothing.
I'm sorry, the idea of just like a dude rising and like a spotlight.
Yeah,
lighting
he opens his
face.
eyes and boom, Mothman type shit. Yeah, but Prometheus, you start to get out of your bed. Zennius moves. Corvus doesn't move an inch. Granny doesn't move an inch for different reasons. And Maximus, where there was once that silhouette, there's nothing.
But I'll look at Prometheus.
Divine
I hate this
sense.
place. I
Divine
hate
sense.
you
What
for
does divine
driving me
sense
out
work
here.
on?
Faith, fiend, and undead.
There's undead within 60 feet.
Oh,
undead.
Yep.
There are
and none of
undead
our
around here.
Zennius, what's your sword this time?
you guys haven't even asked what happened to Head
Yeah,
at
no,
all.
I'm joking.
I feel like
You don't
nobody
know
even.
anything about head mineral.
Relay that info.
Yeah,
No, I didn't relay, but yeah.
No.
Guys,
I mean,
they call me
Prometheus.
Het Mineral the way I don't shut the fuck up.
That's a good
They
one.
said they call me Het Mineral the way
No,
I
you
don't
guys
shut
don't
the
know
Yeah.
fuck
anything
up.
about the sword besides it's new.
Besides,
Well,
you have a sword.
Then Prometheus,
Yeah.
there's an undead within
Yeah,
60 feet.
yeah, I was thinking.
There's an undead within 60 feet.
You're
I'm gonna flash
Okay,
my eyes.
everyone is
go
talking.
magic eye mode.
I'm getting the other two bozos up now.
Yeah, you go over to wake up Grania, and she kind of starts to wake, but Corvus does not move a single inch.
Corvus, get up! I'm
Huh?
gonna like.
Corvus, you're in a field of
Okay.
flowers. It's warm. Someone's like braiding your hair. You're in fucking
Oh
paradise right now.
no, this fucking guy
Is
is
it
drugs.
right.
It was the tiniest dose possible.
It was a
Is
small
it-
dose.
What
it
was it? Was
obvious
it actually
to-
heroin?
It was medicine.
Yeah, sure, buddy. Like just like methadone is medicine.
Alex, is it obvious?
Yeah, obviously. He's not moving when you're
Okay.
shaking him, and his tongue is lolling in
Oh
his
yeah,
mouth.
all right.
and-
Yeah, I'm gonna grab him by his collar, like hold him up halfway.
Smack him.
He's possessed! Get him!
Corvus, if we survive this, I'm going to kill you. And then I'll like throw him on the ground.
Okay. It's all good for him. He's chilling. So the four of you are standing backs to each other, looking around everywhere. And with your magic eyes, Yogi, you can tell that everywhere around you, the sand, each other, everything is covered in a very light aura of a cheeky bit of necromancy. Just a cheeky little bit.
Do I see any figures?
Nope.
Guys, the sand, everything, it's necromancy.
Do we have any holy water?
You would be the one that would have it, I think.
You
You
don't?
have to piss?
No, I have a magic circle, which can protect us.
What about a ceremony?
Grania?
Yes.
While these other three are, looking around, trying to figure out a magical solution, Maximus holding his weapon, looking towards the surrounding hills. You're awake, you're on your feet, and the fluttering one is kind of in the bit of your hair, and your heart begins to beat with a second rhythm. It reminds you of Skalatha. It's the only other time you've ever felt this way. And the fluttering one notices as well, and his movements start to slow, and you hear a voice carried on the wind of the desert. It's time to come home.
I feel like there has to be some sort of experience of fey creature that can replicate things like that I've at least.
Absolutely.
So I don't think I'm gonna take as much weight in it as real as it feels.
Yeah. The fluttering one.
It definitely
Doesn't
does shake me
move.
hearing it, but
Yeah, he'll kind of normally he just hides in your hair, but now he'll directly hold on to your neck for warmth. That shit freaks him the fuck out.
I think she'll just try to console him. Try to convince him that it's okay, it's not real.
Well, Zednius, Permius, what's our solution?
How about
Can
leaving?
we-
Would that work?
Alternative. Well, our one way of leaving is currently hooked on phonics.
You got 2 feet.
Okay, shot in the dark. Does anyone have silver or iron powder?
I'll look down around my neck at my silver holy device.
I'm gonna start
holy
digging-
device.
I'm gonna start digging
Symbol,
around Corvus's component pouch.
I was about to ask. I
Symbol.
said I also have a component pouch,
I
but
have
I don't think I have any spells that use it, so I shouldn't have it.
Yeah, makes sense to me. Any silver or iron filings, Corvus?
I don't use the component pouch.
Oh, well, then there you go.
What
Okay.
Oh
spells?
wait, here. I'll rustle through Corvus's belongings till I find that shitty eating knife that he had earlier.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, how much do you need?
Well, I don't think that's a good one. I need 100 GP worth of it.
Of iron filings?
Iron and silver
Oh,
filings.
A lot of fucking iron and
Oh,
silver filings.
And silver
Well,
filings.
I don't know if that's one of the spells that change then, because I need 100 and
No, it doesn't change. That's just a lot you need.
All right.
100 gold worth of silver?
I
Yep.
don't know how much.
Jesus.
I don't know how much 100
I
gold
have-
worth of iron filings is.
I have 20 silver worth of silver.
Almost.
Can I make a 10-foot radius circle of gold of silver?
You guys
pieces?
don't have the materials you need for this spell.
All right.
I have 1500 GP worth of ruby dust.
Hmm.
That would make the spell work.
Yes, it seems that leaving is our best option. Which I was on the fence about this expedition before. Yeah, that's fine. I'll drag him.
Okay. What direction are we going? Sorry, let me rephrase this. There is no moon in the sky. The clouds have covered it up, so you have no landmarks. So just pick a random direction and start walking.
That way.
That way, perfect.
Wait, Alex.
Yeah.
Alex, if
That's a horrible idea.
if the planet is really as small as all that, the stars
It's not
should
that small.
change
It's
all that
literally
much.
20,000 miles is still 5. It's like huge.
And how many miles farther, like, displaced from our like normal operating position are we?
What?
Do I have the line? I do. Like 390 miles.
Yeah.
Away from the plains.
Yeah.
Do the stars change all that?
No,
much
no,
over
there's no
that
stellar.
small
No,
little-
there's no stellar parallax. You motherfuckers just don't know the stars.
I thought you said I navigated.
You know,
by
yeah,
that
you know
on
one.
the
Yes,
plains.
well, yes, correct. During your solo session, you were using, I believe, the North Star to navigate, or maybe you were using 1 or 2 stars to navigate. Yeah, but it's a cloudy night. There's no moon. There's no stars. There's nothing. It's just clouds.
Do we know the
I don't
direction
think we
came
can
from?
go any.
You do know the direction you came from. You can see your footprints.
Cool. I'll face that direction.
I would take us back to
90,
Illith and Girth.
90 degrees to the left.
Okay.
We go that way.
I don't know how well that works.
No,
Plus,
just
even
keeping a
then-
straight line without a compass, map, and or any other navigational tool.
Well, let's see. How far off can we be here? Let's see. If we're like around there somewhere.
That's such a wide range.
That's a pretty.
I mean, we could also end up walking in circles, too.
Oh wait, no.
you know?
We're gonna be like we're like over here somewhere.
Maximus, I
Somewhere
know
in here.
you're creeped out by this, but I think the best option we have is waiting for Corvus to wake up.
Oh, no. Is there anything we can do to, like, sober him? Wait, can
I'm
you
not-
heal
I'm not-
poison? Heal
Yes.
poison on him.
You certainly can.
Oh, good. I can yell at him
It's
now.
the lament of paladins. Most of them can't get drunk.
I also do have.
I think, like, 5 lay on hands points should wake him up.
Oh, good. I'm gonna.
Yeah, I don't think
I think.
before you
I'm not
do
a
that
paladin
real quick,
anymore, so.
I'm
As
gonna.
an action, you can touch a creature, draw power of the pool's hit points, maximum remaining pool. You can expend 5 hit points from your pool of healing and curing a target of 1 disease or neutralizing 1 poison affecting it. But
Indeed.
yeah,
We can.
I'll do
All right.
that.
Before he does that, I'm gonna grab Corvus by his collar and unsheath my warhammer and hold it close to his face. Okay, now you can go.
All right, I use 5.
Okay. Yeah, you press your hand to Corvus's skin. Corvus, you are torn away from the field of milk and poppies and once again placed in your disgusting material form. And the euphoria quickly fades and you are an empty husk.
I'll
He
wake
just like
up,
me for real.
just open my eyes.
Once I do that, I'm holding back Cornelius or Maximus.
I'm not moving. I just have him there right now.
Yeah,
Okay.
Corvus, you're being
Yeah.
held up by Maximus with a warhammer a couple inches from your face.
Corvus, what's this? And I'll shake the hammer.
A nightmare.
That's an apt description of it. It's gonna get a lot worse if you ever do some shit like that again.
Like what?
Oh my fucking god. Can you walk? You better hope you can walk.
I think so. I can't feel my legs that well.
I'll bodily pick him up and see if he stands on his own.
He can indeed
A
stand
bit
on his
shaky.
own. Yeah, he didn't know it, but he can.
And I'll push him in a direction and see if he goes.
What the hell?
Why are we leaving?
There's undead.
I don't see any.
Nonsense. It was stupid to
think
come
it's-
here anyway.
There was just the stupid spirits. They're just gonna annoy us. Wasn't the whole thing that he told us not to follow the voices?
We're not following the voices.
Well, what direction was the? Did you see anything? Apparition?
We're completely covered in it.
The sand.
Oh, there wasn't like a
the very-
man or something. Like
No.
a guy poked in the hallway.
Hallway. Huh?
Doorway.
You know.
Okay,
Well,
like,
I saw a figure of some kind, but it disappeared once light got shone on it.
where?
I
Can you
don't
point where you
fucking-
saw it?
Fucking no, Corvus. What's it matter?
Well, we shouldn't go in that direction. That's where they want us to go, no?
True.
Maybe.
We could accidentally end up following it, or tricking us in.
Well, if we wait till the daytime, we won't follow it, right?
How about back the way we
I thought
came? It
the
probably
light.
really doesn't want us to go that way.
What if it changed our footsteps?
Oh
What if it teleported us? What if we're in the realm of souls right now and we don't know it, right?
I
We
don't
can
know.
play the what
Yogi's
if
is a lot
game.
more reasonable than
We can play the what if game all day.
that.
It seems to me our only reasonable options are waiting until morning or teleporting out, which I don't know.
Yeah, let's
if
do that
the
second one.
option. I don't know if I'll look at Corvus. How's he?
He's sober.
Yeah.
Does he look
Just like,
okay?
you know,
Yeah.
Oh,
Besides,
right.
you know, the life leaving his eyes from losing the experience of true happiness. Yeah, he's fine.
With
Yeah,
his
yeah.
walls.
real and true.
We're
Well, Corvus-
permanently addicted now.
I guess since we are nearing the time of our session, I'll ask you this. We teleporting back, or are we delving deeper into the Scourge next time?
I'll ask everyone one last time. Do you guys think we should teleport out for sure?
I want to delve deeper.
I don't really have a preference.
Classic Grania. Classic Grania. Staining from
Benson
gonna be
and
a lot of
Grania.
Listen, every party needs the person who has no opinion that's valuable. Well, I guess opinions on this particular thing. When it comes to Faye, though, Granny is in the front lines, fucking wagging her finger, begging for world peace.
Okay,
What does Corvus feel?
Premiers. What's your
I'd like
vote?
to vote. I'd like to vote last.
What? Howard? I vote for staying.
You know my opinion.
2 for
Yeah,
staying, 1
leaving.
abstainer, 1 for leaving. It is down to you, Pernius. I guess you
Well,
can tie it and then
If
make
if
us
he votes to
towards
leave, then it's a
Grania.
tie. Yeah.
Yeah, then we
Change
have
it
to.
Grania. Then we have to get Grania to vote.
Let's ask Venereal.
Oh, true. He'd have an
Who?
opinion.
Let's not do
Oh.
that.
Well,
No one
Say
wants
that.
that.
Right,
Permius.
if we want an actual answer, then I think Grania has more chance of getting more experience and becoming stronger by staying. So there.
There it is.
So we'll
Majority.
say.
Alrighty.
Well, we're staying and
I'll
we're
just
taking
look-
regular
I'll look-
watches.
I'll look at Grania with just a disappointed face.
Damn.
And also,
Not-
I'll look at Maximus and say, and pull out the powder from my backpack, and I'll just throw it in the sand, like pointedly in front of him, and stomp on it and bury it with my foot. And I'll just look at him and say, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I thought it was just like the other stuff. I thought it was just something to make me, I don't know, something medicinal. Didn't think it would make me go into a fucking coma."
That's the
Or
problem
stop
with
seem
you
to
magic
enjoy it.
users. You think too much. You try using common sense sometimes. It'll get you pretty far.
Well, you know,
Not doing random drugs. Come on, man.
experimentation
Just-
is
he
the
was
core of
surprised.
science.
Yeah, experiment in the middle of the
Yeah,
desert.
and what if 2 minutes into your grand experiment, 4 automatons decided to walk up on us?
Well, you could have. Why did it take you this long to figure out you can just heal me from this?
The warlock.
How much do
threw
I know
it
about
up.
magic? And you think that's less time in combat that can be used killing something?
Yeah, I'm just real confused that Primus didn't.
Now
think
it's
of
our
using his
fault that he
powers.
did drugs, guys.
True.
It's
It's
our
your
fault
fault.
he did drugs.
It's your fault he did drugs.
Yeah, you're
How
victim
is this-
blaming.
How is this possibly my fault?
Okay. Well, we are at our time, so you guys are not
You
going to get any
guys
sleep.
didn't have your mom being tortured in your ears, okay?
So true.
Alright,
You
now
guys-
I
Right,
try to
though.
kill Corvus. Now I
You-
try and kill Corvus.
Are not going to get any sleep tonight because of the apparition. So everyone just gain a level of exhaustion, and we'll pick it up next time, going deeper into the Scourge. All right.
No.
I'll see you guys then. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.